gives a shit what you want. Shut your mouth. This is a restaurant. These people are trying to eat their lunch.
We flooded.
Ice into water and add rock salt. Salt lowers the temperature below 32 degrees by lowering the freezing point. All right, so here we go. It's still a liquid, no problem at all. Let's hit it. Ready? Here we go. Man, that goes fast.
Hi. In a News Nation Network exclusive, Area 51 veterans chosen by the government for top-secret work have something in common other than their service. Now getting sick with serious health issues.
They want to see what we're made of.
Put the gun down! Put the gun down! Get out! Get out on the ground! Get out on the ground! Get shot fire! Shot fire!
Heather.
Prison, they say pick out the biggest, baddest, meanest looking convict in the courtyard and can him up. That way, the other prisoners know not to with you. Wish people would stop beating me up on their first day of prison. Yeah, I know I'm big. I look bad and mean, but I'm here for mail fraud, dude. I don't even need to fight. I only got this big because I'm stressed. Mama said the only thing bigger than my stomach was my heart.
And I'm still on edge, being so close to what two drivers that were on my left.
Walk right into it.
Come on. Oh yeah. Come on. Well, hold on, no, you. Get out, get out.
love this one right here. He's the HOA president. Get him, kid. All right, what's up, everybody? How you doing? Welcome to the Purge. I am Kane B. I'll be your host tonight. I will be taking care of each and every single one of you. Tony's here. I gave him the night off on the camera. I gotta replace him with a box, actually. So I have a confection to make. I cut my finger. Can you see? I sliced it really bad, and it hurts. I'll be okay, though. Also, I think I'm coming out with a cold, so I don't think I'm contagious. Don't go anywhere. I'm not sure 100%. I just slammed some zinc, like Twizzle Stick recommended. I don't know if I should go on the advice of Dr. Swizz or not. All right, what do we got tonight? Is there anything going on in this case? I don't know. We'll have Rockford here tonight, I think. I didn't even text her. How's everybody doing? Good to see you. Yeah, Jenn called maybe at 10 o'clock. We'll have Jenn. Let me get Rockford on the line here. Alright, and Rockford live. Okay, and so that's the heads up. Wow.
We got 400,000 pounds of marijuana in storage. So much evidence is kept and stored that is no longer needed.
This is cocaine from a case in the 90s. The suspect is already gone. He pled to 20 years. He's already out. We're still storing it in the building.
This is a problem for property rooms everywhere in the country.
This is marijuana from 1993. No value other than we're storing it and keeping it here, and it just attracts rodents.
I mean, think about it. They're drug-addicted rats. They're tough to deal with.
So as of right now, we will be destroying any narcotics evidence that has been obtained prior to 2015.
If it's no longer needed, we can have that space for property that is important.
We want to make sure we're not storing stuff that essentially has no more value within the legal system.
We got 400,000 pounds of marijuana in storage.
Houston right on top of it, yo. Houston's got it under control. Yeah, baby. All right, let's get it up to 2. We'll go 1.7, 1.8. Why not? So yeah, drugs just be sitting there waiting for. Okay, I've been waiting to do the show. I've been excited. I'm glad to have everybody here. Make P Echoes Clarity, Miss Potts, Meanie Weenie, and Love Tina. Oh man. You're breaking my heart, baby. You're breaking my heart. Alright, so let's see what this next little deal he has to offer here. Eventually, it'll come to fruition. Doo, 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 doo. I was gonna play this clip, but then I got high. What happened? Okay. Brian Kogerberg don't want to play. Alright. A judge has denied Idaho College murder suspect Brian motions to suppress key evidence collected during search warrants. Ta-da, surprised everyone, right? 2 unidentified male blood samples, 1 on a handrail and 1 on a glove, outside, were recovered by investigators after the stabbing deaths of Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana. Neither matched Koberger, and they came from different subjects. And I just wanted to see, looking back a couple days on that, how everybody feels about that situation. Well, now we have the support of the Chapins, don't we? They're going to be in court now, apparently. They've changed their mind. Welcome back. Tony's glad to see you. We'll have some Gonzalez representation at all times, that's for sure. With the sources of both in question, defense attorney Ann Taylor told Ada County Judge Stephen Hippler at a hearing last month it could mean Kohberger, 30, is not related to the crime at all. But in the pre-trial stage, the judge seemed unconvinced that the presence of 2 other DNA samples would be a reason to throw out probable cause for Kohberger's arrest. I'm not sure that's how it's worded. Detectives made another damning find, a Kabar knife sheath under Mogan's body. His DNA is still on the knife sheath, though, Hippler told Taylor in court. That's the problem, counsel. Judge Hippler also denied Kohberger a Frank's hearing, which would have allowed his attorneys to challenge how police conducted the investigation, which resulted in Kohberger's arrest in December 2022. There you have it. Let's see if we can't get the robots to read it to us now. Nope, they don't. There's only one way to solve these kind of problems. You gotta... Money. That's the only thing that these people understand. It's money. It's gone now. That's why I wouldn't play. See? They took it away. No. Yep. There's the Twiz map for you. Alright, we'll move on. Fun times here. Good times in the state of Idaho.
The defense couldn't argue these facts at the trial because the defense did not have the benefit of the DNA results to rebut the state's argument, and they have that now. This court finds that the new DNA testimony is of such a nature as would probably change the result of a later trial. So based on the court's findings, grounds 5 through 8 of the petition are dismissed, grounds 1 through 4 of the petition are granted, and the judgment and sentence is vacated, and the defendant is ordered to be released from custody.
Alright, so let's get into what this is about. This is what justice looks like in 30 years, Mr. Kohberger. Happy 62nd birthday.
Yes, well, yesterday we went and had some lunch. When I got out, I had some steak, and then we went to the graveyard to see my mom and my grandparents. And say hi.
The state also argues that Mr. Hayes' testimony
Alright, the audio is going to just suck on that, I guess.
would be solely for the purposes
Yeah, I can't hear a damn thing. Alright, that don't matter. So, after 30 years in prison for murder, new DNA evidence frees Hawaiian man who maintained his innocence. Alright, let's move on. Woo! If I said there's a lot, you guys might run. Pullman man arrested for murder on WSU's Greek Road. It must have been an off-campus residence. I don't know. I wrote that song because I got high. The Pullman Police Department and Whitman County SWAT arrested a suspect wanted for the murder of a man on Greek Road. According to the Pullman Police Department, 30-year-old Jorge Amazuka was arrested Thursday in the death of 28-year-old Darcy Spracklin. Spracklin was found unresponsive December 26 on California Avenue near Monroe Street. He later died. Amazuka was booked into the Whitman County Jail for second degree. And it's a nice part of town over there in Pullman. Okay, there he is. No, that's the butterfly guy. Alright, and moving on. We just keep you abreast. And I've been, like I said, some of the stuff's from a couple days ago.
Everything, drop it. Come on. Don't take no video. Take that phone away.
Told her to drop it. I didn't even notice that. Rockford pointed it out to me. Like, drop your carry-on bag. Lady doesn't even drop it. Not even.
Oh my God. Yo, I was just on this plane.
Isn't that crazy? It just doesn't get old, so I kept it in there. Why not? Let's keep going. Whoa, Jules.
Jermaine
We got to be
struggled for years with
selective
dental issues before finally finding
on
Nubia.
the 47,000 hours of audio and video that
This
our
is, we need to be
friends.
all up in people's trash up in their house. Yeah, it was a wild night. I thought we was going to jail. It would have been wild. Okay. While defendant acknowledges binding precedent holds otherwise. Okay, well, let's read number 17. California versus Greenwood. Warrantless seizure and search of garbage did not violate Fourth Amendment rights because the defendant did not have a reasonable expectation of privacy in the garbage he placed out for collection. I'm sorry. I pay a garbage bill because my expectation is that the garbage dude is going to show up around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, take my garbage can, pick it up with his arm of the truck, dump it into the back, and then place it back on the street where you're supposed to put it so they can pick it up. I then don't expect, for them to then pull over on the side of the road and allow some willy-nilly warrantless bullshit to happen to my trash. That's what I don't expect. That's what I don't pay $100 a month for. Okay? So what you mean? And especially if it was on the driveway. I mean, granted, gated community, roads probably not considered public. I completely agree with that. But it's worse if they're on the driveway. It's worse if it's a private company and there's no warrant. How is this okay? There's no rules here. There's no rules. There's no rules. Let's just be serious. There's no rules. No rules. Okay. While defendant acknowledges binding precedent holds otherwise, he asserts it is time to rethink these decisions and find a reasonable expectation of privacy exists, if not under the Fourth Amendment, then under the increased protection afforded by Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution.
All right, that's our little Jules piece. Thank you, Miss Jules of all trades. She is just fantastically amazing at all times. We'll come back to her. Why not? Witness to Idaho College murders saw intruder with bushy eyebrows. Sorry. Carrying a vacuum. And I'll be honest with you guys. You know me. And I was really loud for a second there. Sorry. This close to having coworker write on a vacuum for the thumbnail. Thank you for your compliments on that. I appreciate that. One of my favorite ones was tonight's. Anyway, and I've been posting all week. Oh yeah, by the way, today's show brought to you by Lemonade, and I will have lemonade, sir, while I sit in my easy chair, and you dig a hole for me there. Right in my yard. Thank you very much. I have a driveway. Is that right? So witness told, yeah, you know, what she said.
48 hours, huh?
Yeah, that's right. And this is on top of the 2 inches plus that.
They always do that to me. All right, I got to read, I guess. A surviving housemate of 4 University of Idaho students killed in a home invasion knife attack told detectives she saw a bushy-eyed intruder named Saeed. I mean, walking out the back door with a vacuum-type object in his hand. Sorry. After looking in her eyes, according to the newly unveiled current argument, I'm Ted. All right, the revelation came in Judge Stephen Hippler's denial of a 30-year-old suspect's motion. The backstory, da-da-da-da-da. Although the judge said she was likely drunk during the murders, he explained that her statement to investigators on 3 separate occasions included notably similar description of the suspect each time. She said he was a tall white male, lean and taller than she was. Oh man, if that's not notably similar. And all the cars are notably similar. And all the DoorDash drivers are notably similar. All the professional... Can I say similar? I can't say it, Tony. I don't know what's going on. He's going to walk out. Alright, and... as long as they're notably similar. If she had been driving, I would have thrown her ass in jail. If it was Rollo and A.R. Hayes, they'd be under the jail, my friends. It's DEI or YYY. I don't know. Here's your pronoun. Let me tell you something. Welcome to the Purge. I'm Kane B. If you're new to the Purge, we do content like this all the time. Have a good time in the chat. And if you would, I appreciate hit that subscribe button and hit like and give a big kiss to Miss Potts on the cheek. Alright, moving on here. You know what's going on there. Alright, I think we get a taste of it right here. Hold on.
Most people have no clue that in 2024, the best way to make money with Amazon is not with physical products. It's
questioning how officers handled a hit-and-run accident involving a police department employee.
The driver left the scene of the accident, and this was all caught on camera. 19 investigator Mike Mason breaking a story you'll only see on one station.
Justin Ballou has had a rough life. Not only is he homeless and has major health problems,
My cancer's getting worse.
he also lost his job after someone busted his bike during a hit-and-run accident.
A lot of things in my life haven't been right, so I gotta suck it up and just take it.
It happened in June of last year when Ballou was riding his bicycle past the Elyria Police Department. That's when he was suddenly struck by a black BMW, and the driver kept on going.
Went right through.
It's just some homeless guy. Screw him. I don't know why the audio today is so low. This coincides with another story. I don't know where the heck it is. It's coming up.
Modeling. She's an intense germaphobe. And
Wish I was more of an intense germaphobe. Man, I wouldn't be catching this cold. All right.
I think this futuristic tracksuit that makes you invisible to digital tracking could be on her shopping list real soon. I'm Kurt the Cyber Guy. Follow me at cyberguy.com where my newsletter is free. Now, I actually met her on a flight, and she's going to like this. It's the Volleybox Silver Shielding Suit developed using NASA's Mars rover technology. At a price tag of $3,295, this jacket is a wearable force field against electromagnetic radiation. Now, embedded with pure silver, it blocks radio waves. You can't touch me, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or satellite signals. Infrared cameras can't see you. Hackers, they're blocked too. The suit's special Faraday cage phone pockets prevent tracking, calling, or even hacking, even when your device is off. And Naomi's going to love this. The antimicrobial silver kills bacteria, so you're protected inside and out. It may look like you've stepped off a spaceship, but really you've just stepped into the future of digital privacy. More crazy cool tech like this at cyberguy.com.
Yeah, you're invisible to infrared, and it's got a Faraday cage. So I knew Heather would like that one. For fuck's sake, Fixiana. Alright, there we go. What do we got now? Say, Heather.
And then she tried to do it again, and I was like, are you done? Because that just doesn't make sense. Like, it just wasn't getting through to her that everything that was going down for a reason. She wasn't trying to. And then she tried to do it again, and I was like, are you dumb? Because that just doesn't make sense. Like, it just wasn't getting through to her that everything that was going down for a reason. She wasn't trying to.
That's from our own Victorini right there. I don't know if that's some TikTok trend, but that's fucking hilarious. Alright, so let's see what we got here. UI becomes first Carnegie R1 Research Institute in Idaho. University joins top national ranks, but federal funding cuts may impact research going forward. That's why you got to be on your game, Scott Green, let me tell you. Alright. Announced on February 13th, the University of Idaho officially researched Carnegie R1 Research Institute status. U of I is the first research institute in the state of Idaho to reach this milestone, as it has joined less than 4% of higher education institutions in the country in the very high research activity. I was going to do my report, but then I got high. To meet this classification, universities must meet two major requirements. They must have at least 50 million in annual research expenditures and bestow a minimum of 70 research doctorates annually. Excuse me. Lemonade. U of I announced that the university more than doubled the required research expenditures. I told you, Scott, don't play. Right, Tony? He knows. Tony and I are going to read the suppressed closed court hearings back and forth together like Bella and Lana. Okay? So stay tuned for that. Totaling $135 million. So actually almost tripled it. How did they do that? It's amazing. Yay, go Vandals. Alright, in addition to U of I's new R1 status, the university also houses an astounding number of acclaimed scientific professionals, as discussed in U of I's official new release. 54 U of I scientists are recognized in the Stanford Elsevier top 2% scientists list. Okay, read that again. 54 are in the top 2%. You know why they gather there? Because it's an agricultural city. It's the only there. So grow. Alright, there goes the glass. Alright, so anyway, let me get this. The camera's gonna fall. No! Alright, we're back. And so I should turn this where I can see it a little more. Excuse me one second. It's trying. This zinc is kicking in, I think it's fine. Alright. Research is in the university's DNA. I didn't make it up. Standard unalive. With a vacuum kill kit. Okay, here we go. Research. Heather, don't be disruptive. Don't come in the chat late and be disruptive. Who got scolded for the... John Stone! Where's my boy John Stone now? Why you pick on John Stone, Heather? That's been... Research is in... here it is. There's no coinky dink to this timing, y'all. Research is in the university's DNA. Chris Nomura, U of I's Vice President of Research and Economic Development, said... I like how that is one department. Economic Development and Research. Oh man, the bribes. Okay, achieving R1 Carnegie classification has been a long-term goal for U of I, and this is demonstrative of our strong research program. Go Vandals. Nomura continued, as we proceed to expand our research program here at U of I, it means we will be more competitive in attracting the best and brightest and our faculty to our institution. These folks will in turn allow us to be better complete for funding to expand our research impacts. Let's get a Hadron Collider for you. John Stone! Alright, good things. Thanks for sticking with me tonight. If you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. I appreciate you being here. I'm Kane Wavy, and I'll be playing host tonight, I guess. And I'll be taking care of each one of you individually, especially you, Latina. Get up here! We'll have Jenn on a little bit later. I think we're probably going to make it to 10 o'clock. I can't imagine just a show by myself. The U.S. Space Force has revealed the first images of its secretive X-37B space plane, which has been in orbit for more than a year. With the release of this photo, the X-37B has achieved another milestone, becoming the first public image of the space plane in orbit. And I won't hold it any longer. There's the picture of it, upside down space shuttle, solar powered apparently by Tesla. And let's do it big. Let's go big, guys. Why not? And that's a real picture of the Earth, I swear to you. Alright, yeah. Isn't that neat? So it's been up there, top secret. Da 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 da. You want another timeline? You can read that article. Who is Bicka Barlow? Bum bum bum. 'Cause I got high. 'Cause I got high. 'Cause I got high. Boop bop boop boop bop doo. Tony's here. Swizz is watching. We got yeah. That's who it is. If you're surprised, then you haven't been listening. An Idaho district judge allowed a new attorney to join Brian Koberger's defense team in an order filed on Thursday. Bicka Barlow, an attorney specializing in cases involving forensic DNA. Why it matters. Koberger, 30, is accused of fatally stabbing University of Idaho students, Maddie, Kaylee, in an off-campus residence in Moscow, Idaho, in 2022. He is charged with 4 counts of first degree. Barlow was admitted. So, here's what if she's an attorney, and I'm doing Hippler here. If she's an attorney, and she's going to be talking this much, why don't we just make her a part of your team? That's all it does. I don't know if that's in the transcripts or not, but that's what happened. I declare. There she is, the lovely Bicka Barlow. She will join defense team and Ann Taylor, Elizabeth Masseth, and Jay Logston. The defense previously retained Barlow as DNA consultant. Blah 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 blah. She went to UC Berkeley and has a master's in genetic and development biology from Cornell University. All right. Now you know. Let's go.
College student murders investigation. Moscow police contacted the makers of the knife believed to be the murder weapon. The probable cause affidavit says that officers found the sheath to a K-bar knife next to Madison Mogan's body. DNA on that sheath helped police connect Brian Koberger to the scene. Now, the director of sales and marketing for K-bar told TMZ that investigators contacted the company about the knives and sheaths they sell, but K-Bar did not have any records of someone named Brian Koberger purchasing one. Experts say the knife that would fit the sheath is a 7-inch utility knife, commonly used as a tool by campers or
skin cells, bloodstains visible to the naked eye. And I'm sure he did a thorough job cleaning up the scenes. He knew what he was doing. He had the expertise. And it's really not a big problem for the prosecution.
Well, it doesn't have to be a big problem for Mark Aragos. It can be just one. And that's the concern, is that what they didn't find where it wasn't could be enough for just one juror. Mark Aragos, take us through it.
Well, Larry does a nice job of presenting the prosecutorial slant on this. The problem that the prosecution's got is that the prosecution is now going to be arguing, hey, there's no cell phone evidence that ties him to the location. Hey, there's no DNA that ties him to location other than touch on the sheath. Hey, we don't have any triangulation. And hey, he must have cleaned it up, even though we know he was in and out of there in a time period, as you might remember, Chris, that is getting increasingly compressed. And hey, by the way, we sealed the records in this case, or we asked the judge to seal the records because we thought there were other suspects, and lo and behold, what do we learn now? That there are not one but 2 unidentified male specimens that arguably are at the scene. I beg to differ. I think other than the fact they've now made it a more pro-prosecution jury by asking for the death penalty, because you get more pro-prosecution jurors, right. This is as big a bombshell as people are making it out to be.
But you get people who want more,
is
too,
more than
if you're asking them to
big
kill somebody.
when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how. We don't have any notes. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurances. It's not reliable.
You're not asserting that Mr. Koberger's DNA sample was uploaded into any of those databases, that his was, like, for example, his own DNA was one that was matched from the crime scene.
My mother's sister went 3 years without eating her favorite dessert. In fact, she went 3 years without having any dessert at all. Her blood sugar was through the...
Not asking whether the crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a, for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the JED.com file. I don't have...
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court is asking me.
Well, it goes to whether or not your client has standing to complain about the searches of the databases, because as the state has posited, that wasn't his DNA that was searched. At best, it was his ancestors.
Well, Your Honor, I am not sure why we're here if the state hasn't alleged that Brian Koberger's DNA was on the knife sheath.
No, I'm not talking about the knife sheath DNA. I'm talking about what they tried to match it to.
Your Honor, I would answer it this way. The way that those databases work is looking for shared DNA. Those databases don't churn out a name and say this is
I have a
suspect.
privacy interest against any of my relatives that might want to upload their DNA to one of those systems. I should be able to stop them from doing that because I share some DNA with them.
That is certainly not what I'm saying. What I am saying, Your Honor, is if somebody takes your DNA and uploads it, I think you have a privacy interest in your own DNA.
Not necessarily in, let's say my DNA is taken lawfully. What privacy interest do I have in the search of the DNA of others?
That's a loaded question.
Why is it a loaded question? Isn't it a factual question?
Well, it is, Judge, but you're assuming that the DNA was taken lawfully, and our position.
I agree. That part is an assumption. In my hypothetical, I said my DNA was taken lawfully. Why would I have standing to object to the search of other people's DNA simply because I might share some genetic information with them because they are distantly related to me?
Well, Your Honor, our position is that this work was not done lawfully, that it was unlawful, that there needed to be a warrant, that this was done outside of a warrant. And I'm not asserting on behalf of anybody else in this, any relative, anybody who might have been named or not named. This is about an identification process. It needed to be a lawful process. It wasn't a lawful process. It was in violation of Mr. Koberger's rights. I don't know how he cannot.
How was it in violation of his rights?
Excuse me?
How was it in violation of his rights?
Well, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a pause. We're going to try to get a piece of everybody tonight, so to speak. And right now we're just going to take a little breather. And my boy Rockford's going to call in. And we're going to set some stuff that Rockford has, the Rockford Files here. So let's get that call. Here it is. And what's up, my brother?
Not much.
How you doing?
Pretty good, yeah.
Pretty good. Another time. What's going on?
Not much. Just ate supper, came in, sat down, saw you were live, and just been kicking back, looking at videos and listening to yours at the same time.
Yeah, I had some pizza today. I went back to Beach Pizza, and I was kind of felt cheated, honestly. They had the slices of meat lovers, right, on Thursday. So they put out the slice, and then they put the cheese on top of the meat lovers. So it's like a Chicago pie, right? So I wanted to get it on the off day. Today's Sunday, and I got just the meat lovers pizza. So I'm gonna go back Thursday and make sure that I'm not totally nuts. And be like, yo, man, because I paid $14 for literally like 2 slices of pizza. I mean, it was worth it. I wanted the meat lovers so good, but you know what I mean. It's not what I expected. Anyway, so that's my life.
Yeah, no doubt.
What's up with you, bro?
Nothing. I haven't been really doing anything.
You got any news for us tonight on the Rockford Files?
I might. I had that one I wrote out last time and never used. I don't know if any of it's still relevant, but...
All right. Well, we can just check in. That's cool. Whatever. If you want to look at that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess a couple of them are... I wrote them a few days ago, but they'll work.
Cool. So what do you got first, bro?
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live, bro.
All right. So, I don't know if you guys know what CERN is.
We
talked about it before.
We know about CERN, yeah. We were very interested in CERN, sure.
So, I saw a video. I don't know how long ago it happened, but apparently they found a ghost explained it. I can't even explain it. It was like somehow they found something that's some kind of a geometrical weird shape or something like that. So that was interesting.
That's crazy. Wow. Do you have an article for that?
No, I just wrote it down because I saw a video of it.
Okay. I'll try to check that out later.
And you know how those videos go. They never give you any... You can't go to their website or whatever. It's just reels.
But they literally use the term ghost, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
And I know they've been trying to open portals and stuff like that, but apparently, quote unquote.
That shines new light on the CERN 2 in Idaho, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, right?
All right, we're moving on. What else you got, bro?
So, I saw this other thing. Now, this happened in Siberia in 1982, but, I follow along with all this weird stuff, and I never saw this one, but apparently the deepest lake in the world found underwater humanoids. Some Russian divers were going in this lake for something else, and they saw these humanoids, and when they tried to grab one, the creatures made some kind of a disturbance in the water that sent the divers to the surface too quick, and 3 of them died from the bends. I think there was 5 or 6 of them.
Wow, that's no joke,
right?
dude.
That's weird.
Where did you hear that one?
That was just another video I saw.
Crazy. Wow. And that was in
Siberia.
Siberia.
I'm into the alien and, sci-fi videos and stuff.
I would guess that there's not a lot of diving in Siberia typically. It's not a popular summer sport, I'm guessing. I don't know.
Well, one of the weird things about that is, we've heard about UFOs for years, but in the past 20 years, they start talking about USOs.
Right.
So, yeah, maybe there's some fucking Martians down in the water.
Unidentified submersible objects.
Right, but this was what did it say? It said it was the deepest lake in the world in Siberia. That's Siberia. That's a weird place, man.
Sure is, dude. That's a odd place to be scuba diving.
That's where that what was it called? Some kind of an asteroid hit there, but it didn't hit the ground. It blew up right before the ground and knocked over 150 million acres worth of trees or some crazy thing.
Yeah, that video is pretty famous of that thing streaking across the sky, right?
Yeah, well, this apparently happened in 1908. They didn't find it till years later, and then scientists decided that it was what was it called, like the Tsesnaga event or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, I'm familiar with that a little bit.
And so also, scientists found a moss here on Earth that they say could grow on Mars because of the climate there. So that's pretty interesting because you could just drop a bunch of that moss out there and start terraforming Mars. We'll have to call up Elon and let him know. So moss could occupy Mars.
If we could only eat moss, then we'd be all right.
Actually, I don't know if you and your watchers have heard of sea moss, but apparently it has 98 out of the 102 vitamins and minerals. There's this really old guy I met at Sam Ash years ago, and he was like, sea moss, man, sea moss. I've never tried it, but apparently it's really healthy for you.
Are you sure he's not a computer programmer?
He didn't look like one, but you can't judge a book by its cover.
CMOS is the basic coding language, CMOS, I think. Anyway, so yeah, sorry.
That's MS-DOS.
Well, there's also CMOS.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. What do you call it? I forgot what I was going to say. What else you got?
So you guys have heard of the Mariana Trench, right?
Right.
6 miles deep. They put a little camera down there and they found a beer bottle. It looked like a Heineken to me.
A skunky green bottle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that a little while back.
And there's a friggin' beer bottle.
Yeah,
America.
of course.
Or Germany, I don't know.
Well,
he has a Heineken.
In other countries, they do recycle their glass. We just can't seem to do it here. Even small, on the island of Aruba, I remember everything is bottles. You can drink out of bottles and you recycle them, and you just take them to the grocery store. It's easy, like we did when we were kids. If you guys remember, that was a big thing. We had the 1 liter glass bottles or whatever. It was a quart, and now that those days are gone. That was a big part of my job when I was 16.
No, those days are not gone. Being from the great crappy state of Maine, every single bottle is returnable. And if you look at any bottle or can here in Florida, it'll say deposit and it'll have Maine on there.
Yeah, it's like the Seinfeld episode. You drive across 16 states to get to Maine to get your 5 cents for the bottle.
Yeah. Well, basically what they do is they charge you an extra 5 cents when you buy, a 12-pack of beer. So when you bring it back, you get your nickel back.
That's where it came from.
That was a weird pun.
Right on. And what else happened?
Let's see. So apparently something strange is going on with gold and silver, especially gold.
I've been waiting for it.
As you've heard, Doge wants to go to Fort Knox and do an audit because it hasn't been audited in a long time. But apparently, they've been flying a bunch of gold out of London to the United States. They're not really sure where it's going, but a couple guys in London have said that, so don't really know what's going on that. Some people say the United States might be going back to the gold standard and getting rid of the Fed, which would be very interesting.
Please let that happen.
Oh, yeah. Another thing, speaking about the state of Maine. So, the state of Maine. So, President Trump was having a governor's meeting the other day. You might have heard about this. But he said it came to my attention that the state of Maine is still going to let boys play girls' sports. Do we have the governor here? And, of course, she was there, Janet Mills, which everybody hates in Maine. But, so he's like, well, you're going to have to follow it. And she goes, well, we're going by federal and state law. And he goes, well, we are the federal law. So you better fix it. And she goes, well, I'll see you in court. And Trump says, oh, okay, yeah, that'll be an easy one. And don't forget, you'll probably never be in politics again. Or an elected official or something like that. So I thought that was pretty funny because a lot of my friends in Maine, the place is just full of drugs and illegal immigrants, and it's really bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another note on Dogecoin, did you see that they were considering doing a stimulus? Like a $3,000 per person stimulus with Dogecoin?
Well, it's not Dogecoin. Well, they might do it in Dogecoin. I don't know how they do that, but I did hear that what they want to do is Doge, not the coin, but the Department of Government Efficiency. They say that they were contemplating the idea of all the money that they find, they'll take 20% of it and divide it up between, all the taxpayers.
Oh.
And I've heard 3,000, 8,000, 5,000. I doubt it's ever going to happen. I don't really care, but it would be nice to get $5,000, but.
Well, in my opinion, if they do some kind of stimulus related to some kind of Bitcoin, it'll instantly devalue the Bitcoin so much that everybody doesn't get shit.
Yeah, I've been paying attention to the news day in, day out. I haven't heard anything about it being coin. It's just a rebate check like during COVID.
They've certainly cut out a lot of the fat, enough saving money with USAID and all that stuff to make something like that possible. I hope.
Yeah, well, it's only fair. It really surprises me, bro, that this USAID, we love giving food to hungry people around the world.
Absolutely.
But that's not what it was used for.
Right. No, not at all.
It was used for doing, propaganda and stupid. Anyway, we're going to find out because everybody's going to get kickbacks, and the people that got kickbacks off that, I mean, once they get right down into it, that's going to be fascinating to see.
Well, I mean, we know that Chelsea Clinton got the $85 million. Anyway, all right, moving on. What else you got, bro?
Well, not only that, how are all these Congress members worth $50 million on a $200,000 salary? Well, we know how Nancy Pelosi did it by, insider trading, but how is it? Where are these people getting this money from? Dude, if I go put $10,000 in the bank, they call the IRS.
Yeah, that's...
You know what I mean? How do these people get these millions and millions of dollars in Congress? I want to run for Congress, bro.
I honestly think that there's a lot of nepotism in politics, and so you have people coming from wealthy backgrounds or a lot of the time, or they've been corrupted enough along the way. By the time they get to senator or House representative, their pockets are lined pretty full. Yeah, so there's a lot of secret shit.
There's a couple videos out there where they show when such and such got into Congress, they were worth $1 million. 10 years later, they're worth $80 million on a $150,000 salary.
Yeah, about that.
And it's a lot of them.
Yeah, I know that if...
this was on the news. This wasn't just some stupid video I saw.
I'm not arguing with you, bro. I'm not arguing with you.
No, I know you're not. I was just saying.
I know that if J.J. Vance was here, he'd say it has something to do with the Process Church right now. But we'll leave that one for another time.
A lot of USAID money was going to these churches to help illegal immigrants. And I don't know if you remember that church lady that said some trans stuff in front of Trump and Vance. She's worth like $70 million. Right, now, how does a priest at a church become worth that much money?
Yep.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Yeah. All right. You got something else?
All that stuff was from the other day. I'm trying to think if I saw anything today. Cash Patel got in, so we'll see if some of these bad guys. And listen, I don't care if it's Republican or Democrat. If you're cheating the people, you need to get in trouble. Because I tell you what, if you're driving down the street and you get pulled over and you got a joint on you, you know you're getting in trouble. And these people got millions of dollars and they're not getting in trouble. I want to see some heads roll if anybody broke the law.
Yeah, well, it's that qualified immunity.
You and I have been in trouble before. We know what it's like. It's a pain in the ass.
Right. Well, if the bigger your family, the more strings that can be pulled, right? And that's what they're there for. But they do have qualified immunity, which is definitely a topic that we're interested here. I have something on the Mason stuff that recently came out. So stay tuned with me, bro, for a little while here longer. I'm about to get to it that you'll be interested in. I think you'll like. But I'm going to get right back to it. We got a ton of shit, so.
Speaking of the, law stuff, I've seen a few videos pop up, and I really haven't paid attention to it, but I was wondering if you know. I don't know the names, but apparently some girl ran somebody over. Have you seen that case at all? It's been all over the place.
No.
Okay, well, next time I see it, I'll write it down for my next Rockford Files.
Right on. I think I saw something on. I can't remember any details though right now. So all right. Well, cool. Thanks for being on.
Weird court case that's going on. It keeps popping up, and I just keep zipping by it because I don't really pay attention to it.
I want to say it's out of Orlando again, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% on that. So, yeah, we'll look into that for sure. Cool. All right. Well, I'll talk to you soon, brother. Maybe we get together tomorrow. I'm off all day, so If you're not doing nothing,
All
we
right.
can chill.
Yeah, Dad's got an appointment. I got to go to it like 2:30. So.
Okay. Well, I'll hit you up.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Take care, everybody.
That's Rockford Files, everybody. Thanks for being on Rockford. And
he's the Purge.
Right on.
No fucking. All right, later, bro.
Later, man. All right, cool. So we're moving on here. We got this is where we left off with Jen. We'll pick that up. This is, check this out. Oh man, I think that they've reached the ultimate in RC planes. I keep hearing. Yeah, it's raining. We got our rain a little bit early. It's supposed to rain all day here in Florida today. All that. Anyway, I'm Kane B. I'm your host. Welcome to The Purge. If you're new to The Purge, please hit that subscribe button. Join in the chat. We'd love to have you. Just had the Rockford Files. 146 arrested since new homeless law took effect. And this is just in Jacksonville. So it's illegal now, according to our state governor there, and to sleep outside. And so I keep telling you guys around here in Largo, they've rounded up all the homeless, so you can park your car and your bike anywhere. You don't have to worry anymore. There's not cops everywhere to protect you or anything. And the only ones left are the really hardcore kind of tech backpack dudes ready all out. But they're slowly popping back up. I don't know if they're being released from jail, but whatever, it's and so there is a crackdown on not having a home. It's illegal. And so I don't know what the percentage of arrests are that people are living in their cars, living in their vans. It's kind of tough to do that here in Florida. Thank you for being here. Typically unique. I made a joke to her, and I was joking the other day. I said that once she retires, maybe she'll appreciate Trump. I was hoping she wasn't mad. I'm glad to see her back. I might have had a couple snoots of whiskey, just a couple. Okay, we'll keep going. All right, so here we go. It's from Heather.
5 words you pronounce wrong. 2 years before your brain starts shutting down.
That may have occurred in the investigative process from the patrol standpoint and within the Detective Bureau assigned out in Tamarack. And that's why we're here. We're here to give you some clarity. For many of you in the room, you've been with me in this room for the last 6 years. And if you think back to 2019, one of the things I told this community was that when I know, they will know. And that this agency will remain a transparent and accountable organization, not just when we're doing things great, but when we come up short. And I'm going to start with that. It is clear, based on the preliminary information I've been able to acquire so far from our investigators within the Office of Inspector General and Internal Affairs, we fell short on this one. We fell short in a response in terms of how some of the patrol personnel had documented certain facts related to calls going back to December. It's clear that some of the investigative practices conducted by detectives was also
Oops.
a shortfall. And so as we're continuing to gather more facts on this, I'm going to end up back in front of this camera. Make no mistake about it. Because I want to make sure this community continues to trust us and know that when we get this stuff wrong, people are going to be held accountable, and I'm going to step up and own every bit of it. So that's where we are at with this. Currently, there are 7 members, 7 total, that had some involvement with this investigation that are out on suspension right now on administrative leave until we can come to a final course of action in terms of this investigation. 1 is a lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and 4 deputies.
A lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and 4 deputies. And Heather's little headline with this was, oh, somebody ought to alert the guilters that it's possible that these things happen. But let's review, my friends, my folksy little Purge children. Who do you blame? And I've been saying it on my bike rides. I've been telling you all along. People are going to retire. People are going to get blamed because they're new. So who retired? The chief of police? The judge? Kane is God knows where. He's going to court. But you don't work for Moscow PD anymore. Thank you, Echoes of Clarity. Who else is going to go? Nobody left to blame. What are you going to do? Go to Ada County and burn down the courthouse? You got nobody left to blame.
Again, that's 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 4 deputies. If you need names and things of that nature, you can get that from Vita after the conference.
Ouch. Ouch. 30 years. Happy 62nd birthday, Mr. Koberger.
Just days after an Idaho judge denied motions to exclude key evidence in the trial for Bryan Kohberger, we're now hearing from the mother of one of the victims.
Yeah, Kohberger is charged in the brutal deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. And this afternoon, Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa spoke with one of the victims' moms.
Sitting down with Ethan Chapin's mom, Stacy, she says they're blessed to have had 20 years with him. But they're constantly finding a way to move forward.
It's always kind of right at the forefront, so you have to learn to live with that.
Ethan, along with Xana Kronodal, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were stabbed to death in an off-campus home in November of 2022. Just last month, attorneys for Bryan Kohberger, the man accused of killing the 4 University of Idaho students, filed motions asking the court to throw out key DNA evidence in this case. This week, Judge Stephen Hippler denied those motions.
How could you not? Let's be honest. How could a judge not allow DNA? I mean, he basically said it in one of his hearings. He said, it's admissible every day and twice on Sundays. I mean, and that's how it would have been, you would have had to have fought tooth and nail if somebody didn't allow the DNA in it. That's crazy.
The ruling bringing the case one step closer to the trial scheduled to begin this summer.
Just let me point out that this is what makes her angry. But the other DNAs, not being investigated, because I got high.
A trial the Chapin family has been adamant about not attending in the past.
I just feel this impending storm that's coming. We are, reconsidering, whether or not we'll go. That is a very difficult thing to think about. But, if we have to go, I don't know who else can represent Ethan other than his family.
Until then, Stacy's focus is on Ethan's siblings, who are set to graduate this May. As a triplet, Ethan would have been alongside them. His legacy now helping others get an education. The family started the foundation, which has since awarded $55,000 in scholarships to 35 kids, all in Ethan's name.
Yay.
Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
We will have new insight from Shira's exclusive interview with Stacy Chapin. That includes her thoughts on Bryan Kohberger and a new book project that she's part of. You can hear all about it in the next episode of Fox 13's docuseries.
Shut up. There we go. Dude, bro. I'm glad they'll be attending, and I hope that they make their voices heard on what's important. Who let Jeff in here? What the fuck? All right, here we go.
Of course, they're very popular. They're the only white boys in Moran.
Me personally, I think they're fine as fuck. If I want to just get my rocks off, yeah, fuck them. But, I wouldn't fuck with them like that.
They always buy Backwood.
I don't know. I have no idea why I played that clip. But there's music, so it's ending right now. There we go. So the next one. I don't know what happened here.
Of Bryan Kohberger in Pennsylvania.
All right, we'll get back to that. I promise we will. What else we got here?
Former legislative candidate and co-owner of a Boise mental health clinic
is facing multiple child sexual abuse charges. Ryan Jenks was arrested Wednesday by the Ada County Sheriff's Office. The 45-year-old faces 3 felony counts, 2 counts of sexual abuse of a minor under 16 and lewd conduct with a minor under 16. Court documents show the alleged incidents happened in May 2016. Jenks posted bail and was served with a no-contact order. Back in 2014, he ran as a Republican for the Idaho House of Representatives, but lost that race. Business records show Jenks also owns half of Brighter Future Health Incorporated. It's a clinic providing mental health services to children, teens, and adults in Boise and Nampa. He's also an attorney in Nampa. A preliminary hearing.
What? What the blink?
He's also an attorney in Nampa, providing mental health services to children, teens, and adults in.
Oh my God. Oh man, it not only happens in Florida. Okay, keep it rocking here. You can hear my nose getting stuff here as we go here. Okay, this is for my friends. Ooh yeah. Let's watch that again. Oh yeah. You can self-adjust your sacrum. That's good, because that's why your lower back hurts.
I don't know what it all could be. I tried checking the gas. It looked good, but it's actually right up there.
Hold on. Alright, that was supposed to be funny, but I'm going to have to kill the audio on this. Sorry. He called the tow guy, and this reminds me of the story I told you guys once a while back where my girlfriend grabbed the wheel and drove us into a ditch right in front of my house, and I might have had a couple sips of whiskey. So we called AAA, and I told him my car wouldn't start. He called this guy. I got towed out of the ditch, by the way. And, yeah, I just had to walk home and call him. And here we go. I think this is the one I'm looking for here for Rockford. No, this is even more fun. And if you remember the scandal at U of I volleyball program there, back a little while back, Chris Skova, officially named as head coach. Kasan stays on as assistant coach. Boy, it's really raining out there. They said it was coming. Romana Redondo Kriskova has officially been named head coach for Idaho Vandals volleyball team. Kriskova led this team as an interim head coach, ending in a 1-26 and 0-16 record. She took over the former head coach, Chris Gonzalez, who she was an assistant coach to in 2023. Gonzalez resigned from his position in May of 2024 after he's investigated for allegations of abusing players and staff. Okay, moving on. Let's get a little rough for you. Okay, let's see what else we got.
Yeah.
Hey, North Charleston Police.
Can I help you?
We got a call about yelling and screaming coming from the apartment.
I'm sorry.
We got a call about yelling and screaming coming from the apartment. Are y'all okay?
Yeah.
Gonna come to the door and talk to us at all?
No, you should really tell my neighbors that they're lucky that I don't call cops on them every time they yell and scream like animals.
Okay, we're done with this. Shut up and have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Oh, man. Epic. Alright, that's a Rogan clip. Let's see what else we got here. Florida operation leads to 44 arrests for unreported online dating accounts. Now, this can a little confusing, but you'll get to it. A year-long investigation dubbed Operation Matchmaker resulted in the arrest of 44 individuals. Now, this reminds me of Delphi. And are they backdooring all the stuff that they overlooked and passed over in Delphi now? I don't know, but this is Tampa, Dateline, Florida. 44 individuals for maintaining unreported dating accounts in violation of Florida's registration laws. So if you have a maintained unreported online dating account, you can get arrested now. That's pretty interesting in itself. The operation was a collaborative effort involving the FDLE, Tampa Police Department, and the United States Marshal Service. The operation targeted sexual offenders and predators who failed to disclose their online dating profiles, according to a press release from the FDLE. Match Group Americas, which operates platforms like Match.com, partnered in the identification and identifying terminating accounts linked to registered offenders. So, yeah. I thought this, I had this in here from a while back. I just want to read. This is what Chris Farley and a lot of comedians read to themselves before they go on. As I stumble, it's called the Clown's Prayer. As I stumble through this life, help me to create more laughter than tears, dispense more happiness than gloom, spread more cheer than despair. Today's show brought to you by Lemonade. And never let me become so indifferent that I will fail to see the wonders in the eyes of a child and the twinkles in the eyes of the aged. Never let me forget that my total effort is to cheer people, make them happy, and forget momentarily at the unpleasantness in their lives. And in my final moment, may I hear you whisper, when you made my people smile, you made me smile. Clown's Prayer, there we go. WSU bracing for budget challenges in face of federal and state funding cuts. Spokane on big losses. On Monday, WSU's Board of Regents met to discuss the future of the university in the face of significant cuts by the Trump administration and state. I don't know how much Typically Unique is going to appreciate him after that. The university said it has already lost $6 million in federal grants from USAID, and they were involved in that, and the Department of Education, and the Governor Bob Ferguson plans to cut $20 million in state funding. We're talking about an absolutely massive budgetary challenge that no one predicted, said the provost. The board said they expect the university to lose around $20 million in federal funding because of changes to federal grants that are under stop work orders or won't be reimbursed at the same rate as WSU's negotiated with the federal government. This is basically this administration saying, we're just going to do this. We don't care what Congress says. I think that's how things are coming out from Washington, D.C., and the impacts are going to be real. It's getting real, folks. It's getting real. Go, Scott, go.
I was just totally mind blown. I don't think I've seen anything around me.
When a crabber in Lee County got a call from someone claiming to be a detective in Northeast Florida, claiming he was involved in a crime hours away, he thought it was a prank. Turns out it wasn't.
I'm just thinking, how in the hell did this happen to me?
He was eventually arrested, and the reasons why left him stunned. Evan Dean has this Gulf Coast investigation that's a warning to all of us.
This is the moment a deputy showed up at Robert Dillon's front door. His face says more than words.
Do you got any shoes or anything on you?
Are you shitting me, man?
I'm not.
It all happened back in August, just outside Dillon's home in San Carlos Park.
This is crazy as f***.
What is it?
I gotta get my shoes.
What is going on?
What's going on is Dillon is about to be arrested for a crime he never committed.
I'll tell you what, man, I'm gonna put you in the cuff in the front.
This is nuts.
Despite insisting he's innocent, Dillon is handcuffed, put in a police cruiser, and taken to jail.
God, this is nuts.
Well, I wouldn't know what to tell you, G. It's not an investigation.
For Dillon, the only thing harder to believe than the arrest itself is where the crime happened and how he was identified as the suspect.
And I'm thinking, how in the hell did this happen? How did this happen? They say in life everything happens for a reason. I can't for the life of me figure out this one.
More than 300 miles northeast of Lee County sits the coastal resort city of Jacksonville Beach. It's here at a fast food restaurant near the ocean where the alleged crime happened. In November of 2023, a young girl told police that a man, a stranger, had asked her to come with him twice while in the restaurant. She didn't, and the suspect left. But police pulled these surveillance photos of him, and months later,
this is crazy.
Robert Dillon would be placed in cuffs, accused of luring or enticing a child. The problem? Dillon says he's never been to Jacksonville Beach.
Out of the blue, they pick some guy that lives 6.5 hours away and says, "This is you." It blew my mind.
Police reports from Jacksonville Beach PD show detectives initially didn't have much to go on. That is, until the neighboring sheriff's office ran the surveillance photos through a facial recognition program, AI, which revealed a 93% match on facial features to Robert Dillon. The report doesn't say what photos of Dillon sparked the match, a driver's license, a mugshot, or something else. He does have a criminal record, including an arrest for DUI and for a bar fight, but no crimes involving kids.
I cannot stand any adult to harm a child in any kind of way. He's got black wavy hair. I don't have wavy hair. He's got a big hole underneath of his eye. I don't have that.
Do you think he ever should have been arrested for this?
I don't. No, it was absolutely a wrongful arrest. It was not Mr. Dillon.
Jacksonville-based defense attorney Brian Crick took on Dillon's case and quickly raised concerns. The police report showed neither of Dillon's license plates were picked up on readers in Duval County, but there's no mention of police checking readers in Lee County. There was also no mention in the report if police pulled Dillon's phone records. A manager at the restaurant did pick his photo out of a lineup, but the report says that same witness described the suspect as a regular customer, and the photo lineup wasn't shown to them until 2 months after the crime.
The more time that passes, the worse somebody's memory is going to be about a specific event.
Aside from the facial recognition program and the one witness identifying him, what evidence pointed to his involvement?
Well, there really wasn't much evidence at all.
AI has become extremely powerful, and part of that is it has become just powerful enough to be extremely dangerous.
Cybersecurity expert Evan Lutz.
Don't get excited. They were investigating that Dillon's phone, not the Dillon we're. Boy, Jacksonville just making all the news this week, right? We got Jenn coming a little bit here. Hang in with me here. And let's see what we got next.
Local police officer no longer allowed to testify in court, her credibility being called into question.
Now, this comes after 19 Investigates exposed how she mishandled an incident where she and 2 other officers barged into a man's home without a warrant.
Mike Mason broke this story. He has new information for us, all new at 6.
This officer has been with the Elyria Police Department for the past 10 years. She's also president of the police union. Now the prosecutor's office has placed her on the Brady list, stating she has a history of making false statements. In May of 2023, 3 Elyria police officers stormed the home of Raul Ortiz. Senior Officer Paige Mitchell tased, arrested, and charged Ortiz with 5 felonies. But those charges were later dismissed. And a year later, when 19 Investigates aired Mitchell's body cam footage, she was suspended for mishandling the situation. Now the Lorain County Prosecutor's Office has placed Mitchell on what's called the Brady list, which means she's banned from testifying in court because of credibility issues. 19 Investigates confirmed the Lorain County Prosecutor's former chief of staff placed Mitchell on that list last October. He says Mitchell provided 3 false statements to investigators when questioned about the incident. In one example, when Mitchell was asked why she didn't stop Ortiz's ex-girlfriend from kicking in the door, Mitchell claimed she was distracted because she was having a conversation with the ex's friend. But on Mitchell's body cam footage, it's clear she's the one who told the ex to enter the home.
You've lived here, so if you want to kick the door in and go and get your stuff, you're more than welcome to.
Mitchell was also questioned why she tased Ortiz after he told her he had a heart condition. In her report, she claimed he told her that at the same time she was tasing him. But video shows she actually tased him 5 seconds later. Mitchell also told investigators she handled the incident according to the way she was trained, but the prosecutor's office found Mitchell was taught to stay out of civil cases and let the courts handle them.
There'll be a full investigation. I am sure they'll investigate the crap out of themselves.
Into this
Wow,
to help
this is
people.
going off tonight.
I personally think this is the best way for me to be able to help people.
No. Let's get some Rockford in the background or something here. We haven't done any Doug Backwoods in a minute. Nice to have you in here, Mr. Doug. Doug, if you haven't subscribed to Backwood Beats, and let's see here. All right, yeah, there he is. Let's see what we got. So we got some new stuff from him, and I've been digging it.
They lock the doors, dim the light, telling us hush, saying sit tight. But the cracks are showing, the damn won't hold. We get to make genuine connections with the community here, and those connections help us to make true change and to help people the best we can.
We have an opportunity to affect that change just through our ability to listen, understand, and really have an impact on a more personal level.
Is it the best way for everybody? Absolutely not. But for the people that are meant to do this job, I think it's the best way we can help.
They call it law, but it's all a scheme. They sell our rights like a backroom dream. The judge plays blind, the state don't care. How long we gonna sit and stare? They twist the rules, they own the stage, but we got fire.
In all, teamwork is the essence of our culture.
We really value treating our fellow officers with respect.
We here at Moscow have built a very high standard.
We really work as a cohesive machine through some of those more critical situations.
I would say Moscow Police Department has a culture that highly values doing things the correct way, doing things to standard, training to standard, and that leads to a culture and a PD that really emphasizes looking after one another, but also making sure that we hire the right people to continue our organization.
I believe the Moscow Police Department is a perfect size department.
With Moscow being so small, one of the big advantages is officers get the opportunities to promote quickly, to get into specialties quickly, and to advance and become well-rounded.
My favorite part is the Moscow Police Parade.
With Moscow being so small, one of the big advantages.
I like to have a .07 clip when people weren't throwing rocks in the car.
Is officers get the opportunities to promote quickly, to get into specialties quickly, and to advance and become well-rounded in their jobs much sooner than other officers do at larger agencies.
I currently run our firearms department. I am a firearms instructor, taser instructor, field training officer, part of our negotiations team for crisis and hostage negotiations. That's all.
Being a part of these specialties has challenged me to take on new responsibilities, which have accelerated my career in law enforcement and sculpted me into a well-rounded officer and mentor for my peers.
I think a lot of people would imagine a small department like ours doesn't have some of the things we do. We have a traffic unit, we have detectives, K9.
I've had the opportunity to be the first canine handler here in Moscow, and Ragnar has been great at his job. It's been a great honor to work with such a cool dog and have such a great tool to combat drug crime in our area.
You know, we're currently sitting in a multi-million-dollar facility,
including a huge locker room with individual lockers, a gym.
A couple years back, we put it on a bond to ask the community for their support. And if it weren't for those community relationships that we have, that would have never come to fruition. And we're very, very thankful for that. The individuals that work for our department truly enjoy working for our department and in our community, myself included. I thoroughly enjoy coming to work every day and look forward to it.
If you took a
I had to stop that before I get ill. This is how fast you need to go. Let's play quick.
To go to lift a woman's skirt, these people are testing if a scene from a cartoon can work in real life.
So they finally lifted up her skirt. Okay. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. This is fun. Tonka Trucks is in the house. This is bad. This is Pitbullpotamus. Pitbullpotamus was looking for the beach. That was my favorite of all time. I got high because I got high.
Yeah, for what?
That dog's traumatized, you know. This show brought to you by
Oi.
Alright, that's some fun. Let's see what Jenn at Criminal Confidential has to say. Alright, let's see. I might have to put this on the big boy screen here. Considering the only issues these hackers targeted was making all the DNA profiles visible to law enforcement. Can you guys hear me? Hold on. Can you hear me? Is this thing on? And opting in all user profiles to law enforcement matching, I think it's pretty safe to assume the hackers were affiliated with law enforcement department of some kind. I thought the same thing. Ironically enough, a genealogy website used to catch one of California's most wanted serial killers remained shut down Thursday after a security breach exposed the DNA profiles of more than 1 million people to law enforcement agencies. GED Match said in a message emailed to members and posted Wednesday on its Facebook page that on Sunday a sophisticated attack on their servers through an existing user account made the DNA profiles of its members available for police to search for about 3 hours, which is all they needed. We became aware of the situation a short time later and took immediate action. Did you? GED Match said. GED Match briefly resumed but shut down again after it was targeted. As it was the target of a second breach on Monday, when all user permissions were set to opt in to law enforcement matching. I can't think of a hacker out there. You guys have been focusing on the case and the reading and the closed casket transcripts there, and it's all been happening around this, man. I tell you what, it's about out of control. Thanks, Jenn, for that one. We'll have Jenn here. I posted this earlier in Miss Potts' chat, and I will put a link again if anybody would like to look at this. Okay, so we were kind of spitballing and barnstorming stuff about what the SC stood for when it comes to the four brothers of the SC, and one of the things that PFOX said was it was the Southern California, I think she said, special donor or something. I said sperm count. That's one. But here's a list of the most common names in the white pages that begin with a C, just in case. If you see something you recognize there, please speak up. And if they have four brothers and you know about it, give me a ringy-dingy. Give me a little ringy-dingy. That's all. So there's that. I'll keep going. We've reached the end. We might have reached the end here. Oh, look at that. All right. Look at that. Right. The finest boots will stop upon your legacy. We'll get back to Jenn's video. Actually, in all fair use, it is time to get to our lovely little ladies. We're going to start with one of my favorites here before Jenn comes on. Hopefully soon. She had to do something else. Is it all backwards right now? That's how it goes. Sorry. This looks interesting. The interview room is back. Let's check in on McDonut. Let's see if he strikes me.
Spoiler alert, semaglutide actually works. I'm already down 7 pounds after
one of my
just a few
thumbnails.
months.
I like it.
Chris, you've testified for the defense on many times, haven't you? I said, absolutely. I work with the defense all the time.
Do you?
And they say, well, why did you go to the dark side? I had an officer ask me this recently.
Why did you go to the dark side?
And
You are the dark side, McDonut. All right, let's see what else we got happening. Totally. Come on, that's one of my thumbnails right there. Oh, You know, when you have an influence in a community, it's only a badge of honor, and I'll take it. Thank you very much. Pat myself on the back. Love all you guys. You make it possible. Heather, Jen, Rochelle, Rockford, all you guys, Meanie Weenie, even Tony and Chick Bait, my favorite batshit crazy. All right, and so let's get on with it here. We're gonna get to my highlights. We've already hit on my wonderful Under the Protection of the Purge Jewels of All Trades. Now we're going to go over and we're going to take right where I left off. Here we go.
Yeah, I marked my post. Eddie, let me get right here to Eddie's comment. I could have sworn in my chat yesterday, someone said, this is Eddie's comment, Eddie, darling, if you're still here, I may have to fix the post, but I could have sworn yesterday I had asked about this blood located on the sheath. And someone in the comments, there was quite a few different people who were saying that's like number 5, male E. I don't know. If male E is not the blood that was located on the sheath, I will correct that in my post. Just wanted to make sure. But the line of question, Nolan, starts on page 76, where Riley Nolan confirms blood was also found on the sheath. I may be wrong about it being male E. If I am, I will correct that. We will correct the record for that, Eddie, darling. Don't you worry. Let me get over and say hello to everybody. William, hi. Hopefully you're still here. Steve W., good day to you. Hope you're still here. BGD, how you doing? Thank you so much for being here. Shannon Sterling, how are you, darling? You're welcome. Did you see my comment? It does start at page 76, where you can find Riley Nolan saying that there was also blood found. She believes that object also had blood on it. Pauls, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Doc, hello. Jackie, hello. How are you? Karma Police, welcome. How are you? William, you're here. Awesome. Backwoods, how are you? Thanks for being here. Happy Saturday, everybody. We're going to get to these documents, part 2. We left off last night with Matthew Gamet, so that's where we're going to start today, is the testimony of Matthew Gamet, and then I believe after that is Miss Leah Larkin. So, should be funsies. We got like another 80 pages to go through, so hopefully we'll get through the rest of it today. Sui, how are you? Thank you for being here. Wade Bird, how are you? Mommy Ball, how you doing? Mercy Cat, how are you, darling? Welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. Hope you're ready for this. The knife sheath would be swabbed for DNA. Just so everybody's clear on what that is. Cool. It was a lot of people. I may be wrong on that, and I'll fix it if I'm wrong. So, you know, just wanted to let everybody know. Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate you calling me out on that one. But I could have sworn yesterday when we document, that's where it was. Someone in the comments was saying, you know, that's number 5, male E or whatever. So if I'm wrong about that, I'll fix it. No problem. Dynamite. Good morning, darling. Yeah, I'm going to try and crush this out today and get to the rest of it. Sup, toes. My mic is clipping. Oh, thanks, buddy. Usually Eddie's the first to let me know about my audio. Hang on. I'll try to fix it. Maybe it's the... Okay. Kylan, hi, honey. How are you? Thank you. Thank you so much. Mercy Cat, Mommy Ball. Okay. Mark B. Thanks, guys. You're amazing. Elisanda. Good morning, mi muchacha. How are you? All right. I'm going to take down comments, continue reading. Loudness level is good, but it breaks up once in a while. Okay, thanks. Typically unique. Sometimes when I get hype and I read too loud, it cuts me out. Let me back up a little bit from the mic. Calm my voice down. All right. Slight clipping still. Son of a bitch. All right, let me do something real quick. Hang on, guys. I don't even want to get too far into this. You know what I mean? Toes is saying it's a 1.3. That's awful, Toes. Hang on. The specifications you worked on, did those end up becoming part of the contract with Othram? Yes. What were those specifications? So they're specifications within the scope of work that we developed to send out for a general bid process. As we bid, as a state agency, as we bid for a contract, we send out specifications that anyone has to comply with as they give us their documents and responses back on those things. Then we have the ability to look at and make sure that they are compliant with those specifications that we have sent out. What were the specifications for Othram? There were a lot of specifications sent out on the request for proposals, intent to bid. There were a lot of different specifications that were sent out. Again, I have a recollection of some of them. I don't have a full memory of all of them.
It's called selective hearing, ladies and gentlemen, and selective remembering, I would guess you'd call it, and it's all part of the plan.
Will you share with us what you do recall? So, the things in that contract would specify that they use the interim policy. We also would put things in there about them following environmental protection type provisions the federal government requires us to abide by. It would also have other things like reporting requirements back to us, billing procedures, a lot of different conditions we put in that.
Boy, it's amazing to me the amount of detail that he can recall right off the top of his head.
To specify how they are going to work with us. When you say interim policy, are you referring to the Department of Justice interim policy? Yes. Did you care if they were accredited lab? So at this time, as we were looking for a forensic investigative genetic genealogy vendor or company to provide these services for us, we were not aware of any companies at the time that were accredited. Since that time, though, you are aware that companies do become accredited? Absolutely. Currently, there are definitely companies that are accredited in these services. At the time that this contract was bid, there were none knowledge. Did you look at the procedures and protocols of Othram before you decided? I don't recall specific.
Right there. What do you think his answer is going to be, you guys? Did we look at their policies and procedures? Is there a pro? Is there a standard where you opt in for law enforcement? Let's find out.
Specifically myself reviewing those criteria. I know that there were manuals, protocols that were provided back to us as part of the bid.
Let's look at that in slow motion instant replay.
It would also have other things like reporting requirements back to us, billing procedures, a lot of different conditions. We put in that to specify how they are going to work with us. When you say interim policy, are you referring to the Department of Justice interim policy?
Is that right?
Did you care if they were accredited lab? So at this time, as we were looking for a forensic investigative genetic genealogy vendor or company to provide these services for us, we were not aware of any companies at the time that were accredited. Since that time, though, you are aware that companies do become accredited? Absolutely. Currently, there are definitely companies that are accredited in these services. At the time that this contract was bid, there were none knowledge. Did you look at the procedures and protocols of Othram before you decided?
What's he gonna say?
So I don't recall specifically my
70 times, and that's pain. 70 times. He conveniently could. Look at all the answers up to this point. Oh, but he's singing like a boy. When he gets to something important, he cannot specifically recall his
self-reviewing those criteria. I know that there were manuals, protocols that were provided back to us.
You know, I thoroughly reviewed it, but I can't specifically recall reviewing it.
Part of the bid. Generally, I would provide those to others within the laboratory that were more qualified than I was looking at the specific technology. And I'm not qualified in FIGG analysis.
Well, he finally admitted it, y'all. He's not qualified. Let's move forward a little bit. I'm trying to give due penance here.
Brian Koberger. Yes.
I'm sorry, let me go back just a smidgy.
All right. Have you had a chance to look at what happened after December 10th? So after December 10th, there were some email communications between the one I think was most interesting to me, had the names redacted, and it contained screenshots. So just to backtrack a little bit, the Othram report reported 2 main DNA matches. One of them shared 70.7 centimorgans of DNA. The other one, I think, was 60. And Othram's report specifically said those are low matches. Othram figured out how those 2 people were related to one another. I believe they were third cousins to another one.
What?
And based on how much DNA they shared with the crime scene profile, they thought that the individual who contributed to the crime scene profile was descended from the second great grandparent of those 2 matches, a man named Blank and his wife Blank, I believe were their names, and they were born in blank. When Othram quit work,
what do you want
were
to
they
guess,
following a family tree that could have led and come to Brian Koberger?
Thanks for being here, Amy. Enjoy your dinner.
Yes. When Othram quit their work, were they following a family tree that then could have led and come to Berger? Yes. So based on my initial review of what they did, the crime scene profile was most likely descended from redacted and redacted, or perhaps from their siblings. It's hard to tell with the DNA because not all third cousins share exactly the same amount of DNA. Some share more or less. It's just kind of statistics game that you play. The couple had blank children, and so there conceivably could have been hundreds of descendants of this couple. I haven't seen the full tree. I've just seen that they had redacted children. Othram chose one of those children and had tracked down, I believe, grandchildren. And there were 4 brothers.
I always say that now she's doing the triple highlight, but I always say once Miss Potts has double highlighted something, you better watch out because it's important. Now she's triple highlighting, and it's very satisfying.
They recommend testing of those brothers to get more DNA to get a closer handle on where their crime scene profile might fit into that family.
Let's get a handle on it.
So when Othram stops there and the FBI takes over, you told us you saw something from Ancestry.com. Would you have expected to see any other kind of file with that? So basically, this was basically like a giant poster size printout of information from that family tree. A family tree, when you build one out at Ancestry, it's stored in a specific kind of data format.
I like how he specifically says that it was poster sized. Did they hang it on the back of their door like a Metallica poster? See, that's the only way that he could read it, I guess.
Or, more precisely, you can download the file in a specific type of data format called GEDCOM. And it's a universal file format for genealogy trees.
Here's, Echoes, I'm with you on the confused and the I can't and all that. How many different genealogy websites have they used here? right here in one sentence you have GED, you have Ancestry, and we know they have Othram, and we know they have My Genealogy or whatever. What is... How many different types of magnified DNA have they sent out, and where in the blank is this family tree coming from? Who is this SC profile?
Trees.
It's
you could take GEDCOM file.
If you thought you were gonna, you know, and I keep saying, it's what I keep saying is the more answers we get, the more questions we have. It's like following as the crow flies. It's zigzaggy, zigzaggy, zig. And you know, when you're in battle and you're at war, what do they tell you to do? Serpentine, serpentine. It's there's no way to follow the path here.
In standalone software on your laptop, you could upload it to a different genealogy company. I have a GEDCOM file for every single client case that I do. When I'm finished with an adoptee case, I basically give my client the GEDCOM file so they have a record of all the work that I did. And I would have expected the FBI to have that as well, but they did not turn that over. Holy shit. You didn't see one of those? I did not see one of those, no. Knowing that Othram finished their work on...
He has a perfect memory on something he didn't even see. Isn't it amazing? It would just blow your mind.
December 10th, and then the FBI took over. And we've heard that by December 19th, 9 days later, they'd made an identification. Is that significant to you? Yeah. Why? Because Othram's matches were, as in their own words in their report, those matches were low. They were recommending testing these 4 redacted brothers to get more information. If you went out and if you approached those men, and even if one of them said, yes, you can test my DNA, the testing itself would have taken some time. Getting a kit to a person, getting the spit, sending it to the lab, having it analyzed.
Oh, it's Leah Larkin. Okay, no wonder she can remember shit.
And it wouldn't have led to the crime scene profile because it was the wrong family branch. Beep, beep, bitches, didn't I say?
It's just amazing how many different genealogy websites are thrown in there when I think, didn't they tell us in the beginning there's like Ancestry.com, and then we find out about GenMatch and My Answer. I mean, is it one of these the ones that got hacked by law enforcement also? When did this hack affect us? Not too long ago. Are they still looking for the other suspects? I doubt. But they can get to it if they want. What hacker is going to hack a website just so law enforcement... I mean, that just seems to me, using the common sense that God gave me, that it's the opposite of what a hacker even means.
Say it. Sounds like they built their fucking tree wrong and they included they had the wrong tree. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, bitches. Beep, beep, bitches. Go ahead and clip it out, Viv. Look at that. Insane. Insane.
I'm sorry, I was Swamp Rose there, but anyway, I wanted to give credit to Miss Potts, Lana, and everybody that have definitely I'm putting in Lana, in a lot of work, and it is, Lana has definitely put in the overtime as well as Ms. Potts. I wanted to get to one of Lana's, and hopefully I can get right on it and find it where it was from today, which was just fantastic. Let's get a commercial.
If you're thinking about buying or selling a house, anywhere in or around Tampa, including the blue areas on this map.
And I know you don't recall exactly where the knife sheath was swabbed, but we've been talking about policies. Do your policies or best practices suggest where a knife sheath or any item like that should be swabbed for DNA?
No, it would be impossible for our analytical methods to cover how to swab or where to swab every single item of evidence. We receive quite a wide variety of items into the laboratory. So it's the analyst's job as a scientist, as a practitioner in forensic biology screening and DNA analysis to know what they're targeting. So on this item, I believe there was also blood. So they would have been targeting that separate and then also trying to determine who may have handled that. So they would have specifically honed in on an area that whoever handled it would have had to have touched and maybe touched repeatedly.
And why do they hone in on those areas in particular?
Because that's the question we're all trying to answer. In forensic DNA analysis, the questions we're trying to answer is, can we link assailant to victim, victim to assailant, or one or both to the scene? So in this instance, my understanding, the sheath was found at the scene. So trying to link the possible perpetrator to the scene.
And why in particular do you hone in on the areas where this person may have handled the knife sheath?
Oh, because looking for. So DNA is found in the cells in our body, and that includes the skin cells that are sloughed off when items are handled. So looking for any touch DNA is the term that is most often used, or from someone touching or handling an item.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the analyst is swabbing the places that would most likely have that touch DNA.
Correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to start by sharing a computer screen that I have approved with the prosecutor for refreshing her memory.
It's just for refreshing. It's not an exhibit.
Yeah, it is. May I approach?
Go ahead. Have we established she doesn't remember, or are we just going to stipulate to it?
Your Honor, I can ask
Can we save time if we're going to stipulate to it?
Mr. Nye. Yeah, that's totally fine, Your Honor.
Let's do that. Are you going to share the screen with the court or just her?
It's just to refresh her memory, Your Honor.
Just to interject, keep in mind that Bill is just a tool, and I know you already know that. But Nye is one of two parties that are actively pursuing this case as the DAs. All right? So when you point fingers at Nye, you're looking at the right guy.
Gotcha.
Redirect examination by Miss Ann Taylor. We were talking at the end of my questions and where Mr. Nine just left off with you about where the sheath would have been swabbed. Reading the email that's been placed in front of you, does that refresh your recollection about what you believed to be the place the sheath was swabbed?
Very much so.
Where was it swabbed?
The knife was swabbed the entire... Did you say the knife was swabbed? Sorry, the knife sheath. Am I allowed to read it?
You're supposed to read it and let it refresh your recollection, and then not read it, but just tell me a summary of where it was.
The entire leather portion of the strap, both top and bottom,
Nepotism.
and then the underside of the button. I misspoke. She did not swab the top of the button because that was determined to be the most likely place for fingerprints to be found.
The underside of the button, was it the part that the sticky out part could go into, or the sticky out part, or both?
I can't tell from this. It would have to look at. I would have to look at her notes.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. A couple of follow-up questions for you. You answered a lot of questions for Mr. Nye about medical information and that your lab does not do testing for medical information. Is that because you do STR or YSTR testing, not S&P testing?
Correct. Our laboratory performs both STR and YSTRs, and those don't yield medical information.
The MOU that you referred and remembered, the Department of Justice interim policy, applied to the circumstance in this case?
By the way, this is one of my favorite back and forths I've ever heard. They were, I don't know how long they had planned on doing this, or they just kind of thought it up at the spur of the moment. I love hearing Bella's voice again.
Do you know who else the interim policy applies to?
Based on what is stated in the interim policy, it applies to public laboratories like ours that receive federal funding and cases where federal funding is being used.
In Mr. Kohlberger's case, there was federal funding being used.
To my knowledge, I don't know if we did use federal funding in this case.
Do you recall talking to me a couple days ago?
Yeah.
And you do recall telling me that you did?
I do recall telling you that we had a grant in place. But again, I authorized payment of the invoice, but which fund the funds came out of, I don't know. And I apologize if I misspoke.
And are you aware that the FBI, FIGG unit, I guess, took over and the FBI finished the genetic genealogy after Othram was stopped?
I'm aware we were authorized to turn it over, but as to what happened after that, I don't know.
All right, right there. So, I have questions, and I'm sure nothing half-assed with me. What's up, Toes? Welcome in. Tony Stevenson, the brains of the outfit, has arrived. What? What did they finish? So, Othram Labs didn't complete the family tree, and the FBI took over and finished it for them. Why couldn't the FBI do that from the beginning?
Okay, one more question for you. You talked to Mr. Nye a bit about not comparing the sample 95.9.1 to the sheath DNA. And I had asked you a little bit about your policy that allowed you to do the hand search, the manual search on that. Your policy does allow you to do a comparison, like it's either excluded or not excluded through, is that right? And I'm looking at policy 4, 5, 6.
No. We can report an exclusion. They aren't from the same source. But in order to say they're from the same source, considering they're from completely different areas, no, we would have to provide a statistic. We can't do that.
But you could have looked at it and said it's not excluded.
That would be an indication that it's possible.
Bella did go southern there.
Provide a statistic for that. And we have. So our biology section, you may be looking at our analytical methods. Biology section has their own quality manual that further discusses this.
The blood Roomba.
Most people have no clue that
It's
in
an attack
2025,
Roomba.
there's a hidden law that allows any American to launch their credit
you can,
scores into the
you can
700.
hack those things, actually. Maybe he was hacked during the crime.
Your Honor, if I can have her shown this document to see if we can refresh her memory.
For the record, identify what you're showing her.
What I'm showing her are a couple of pages out of the biology manual for the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab that is available online. So, Miss Nolan, if you'll look at the very bottom one, that's the one I'm having trouble squaring.
You guys, this is straight entertainment. All right, let's get back to this. I want to go around and keep it fair tonight. Like I said, thank you, Truth and Transparency, and Bella. We'll get back to that one, I promise. And I wanted to see real quick. I was just curious if I Okay, I can't spell. Because I know she's been working. Let's see what we got here. Now, we haven't heard from Dinky in a minute, have we?
Oh, hey girl, hey. I was letting you all know I was just talking to Fancy Grace, and oh, here's the tea. The gloves were about to come off. She is so mad at her cousin Nancy Grace because, being Nancy. So she is working on telling her off. It is really going to be funny. But, yeah, you didn't hear from me, but yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. That's my girl, Fancy. I hope you're all having a very good 4th of July, because it is really freaking hot out here. Okay, talk to you later. Hello, hippopotamus, please? Is this, how's this Joe? He's
Sorry, he's muted.
supposed to be over here for New Year's. We were gonna party together. Hippopotamus! That's me. Dougie Puggy, come on!
I don't know.
Come
she
over.
Does it.
I'm waiting for you, pal.
You know what? Love Tina. I would love to have you up here one day because she's one of the most quiet and humble people in this community. Yeah, I tell you, Nothing Half-Assed is keeping it real from the beginning. But she's in every chat. She's heard everything since way back in Thought Riot days. She's been there every single night. And she's a wealth of knowledge. I've offered to have her on the show. She refused, of course. Everybody turns me down. It's okay. It is on the room.
I got the Roomba ready.
Okay, all right. Let's see what else is going on tonight. It's like let's check into the lovely now. All right, let's get back and watch some of this damn entertaining. I can't get enough of it.
Sharing with your testimony, if that refreshes your recollection or helps me understand.
So what this is talking about is it may be beneficial to make a qualitative statement about evidence to evidence comparisons. However, there is another section of our biology quality manual that specifically states if it's a probative comparison, a statistic must be provided. But what this is saying, so for instance, if you're in one room in a scene and there's multiple swabs that are tested, we can say these are consistent or these appear to be from the same unknown individual. Okay. Now, if I'm going to say these are from John Doe, I have to provide a statistic for each item and do a comparison of each item.
Did I hear you say you could compare if they're probative?
If it's, which that wouldn't be, in my mind, a probative comparison. We have multiple items of evidence in the same room in a scene, okay? We can say they appear to be consistent with the same unknown individual. That's not making any statement about who that individual might be. If I'm making a statement about who might be the source of that, then that is a probative comparison, and I need to provide a statistic.
Before you make the comparison where maybe you write exclusion, you don't know if it's excluded or included, though. Is that right?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Let me try and explain what I'm getting at. I'm not understanding why 95.9.1 couldn't have been manually looked at to do a manual comparison to the sheath DNA just to say excluded or not, when male E was compared to multiple items of evidence and it was excluded.
So there it is, male E. It's all male, right? And so we had A, B, C, D. Now we've added E. There we go.
But you don't know that until you do the comparison. Is that right?
Correct.
Hold on. What she's getting at right there for the viewers is that once she would have had male E's DNA from the trash pull, and you would have been able to look and see that it wasn't a match to the sheath, like, why didn't it just stop? Go ahead. If you were doing it that way with other things, go ahead.
Correct. So you can look at it manually. But if we're now making a probative statement, okay, then we need to provide a statistic. And male E was also a single source, which is different than a mixture of DNA from multiple people.
All right. I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you. Maybe I can take...
Are you confused yet? All right, let's hold on there, and let's go back to my favorite lady here, and we'll talk about some things.
How long? I'm not even trying to be the I told you so person, but how many times have I said it sounds like, what it sounds like here is their little tree. They may have included a wrong relative. Maybe their tree was wrong. They did something wrong and they should have tossed the tree. Beep, beep. Leo Larkin is like, yeah, they were barking up the wrong family tree.
Pull the
is what
fuck
they
over.
were doing. Oopsie poopsie. Barking up the wrong family tree. Whoops. Oopsie.
That might be the best chat ever, Heather. I'm here to help. You vacuum.
Frozen family tree. Fitzy. Holy shit. Wow. That's absolutely insane, huh? Mercy Cat. Dark.
The minute you thought it couldn't get even a little bit crazier, boy.
Darling, I know you're still listening while you clean. What do you think about that? Barking up the wrong family tree the entire time. Whoops.
Oops.
We're not saying I told you so, but we told you so. You got that right, Eddie. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, barking up the wrong tree takes on a whole new meaning, right, Twiz? That's right. Barking up the wrong goddamn genealogy tree. Barking up the wrong DNA tree. Whoops. Whoopsie.
I wonder if they did the inside-outside test on
Goodness
them.
me, oh my. That's kind of wild, huh? Barking up the wrong family tree, that's right. So let's just read this again. A little louder for those in the back, okay? Let's read this again. What's the question here by Anne? Knowing that Othram finished their work on December 10th, and then the FBI took over, and we've heard that by December 19th, 9 days later, they'd made an identification. Is that significant to you? Yeah. What? Yes. Why? Because Othram's matches were, as in their own words in their report, those matches were low. They were recommending testing those 4 redacted brothers to get more information.
Here it comes.
If you went out, and if you approached those men, and even if one of them said, yes, you can test my DNA, the testing itself would have taken some time. Getting a kit to a person, getting the spit, sending it into the lab, having it analyzed. And it wouldn't. Right here.
So a couple things that Jenn, Criminal Confidential, be with us here in just a moment, has pointed out, and I'm not going to put any words in her mouth. I want to try to remember specifically the things she said. A workaround to not getting a warrant for the DNA was to get his dad's DNA out of the garbage, when they could have easily gotten a spit swab from Kohberger himself, right? But that would have needed a warrant or his permission. And even after the arrest of Kohberger, they were not revealing details because that would give the suspect an advantage. How is it possible once he's behind bars, he's going to have... Oh, man. Okay, let's get to Heather now. In all fairness tonight, I'm not going to lose Miss Potts, though. We'll continue on with that because there's a lot more fun to be had there. There really is. And, boy, these plane crashes are just nuts, right, guys? Rockford, if you're still watching, I'm sorry I lost the Mason thing. It was really good, too. I'll play it in the next show. It's in my history there, some male enhancement vacuum. Oh, the meanie thing. I don't have it here, but there is a canister that holds your ropes and knives and all this stuff when you're hunting. That Meanie Weenie had posted, and it does look like a penis pump. It looks like, and it could possibly look like a mini vacuum. So there's that. Just saying. And so let's get back to Heather, and I'm going to go right to the juice on this one with what she was just talking about. And let's make
That's an email from Nicholas Balance, and he's talking.
I got to be careful with this because my suspension is over, but they haven't taken away the warning. And it's 3 days out now. Did I not do it right? I didn't do it right. There we go. Try again, Kane. There we go. Da-da-da. Thank you, everybody, for being with us. I'm Kane. I'm your host of this very Purge here, and we do something like it every few days. I'm very happy to have you with us, and I'm happy to be here. Been working like crazy. So let's get right to where I want to be. And this
information that may have been missing. You know, we had this white car to look for. So, yeah, they helped, and we worked together. But I didn't have the details like that, and I told them not to give me any details that could accidentally mess up the case.
So did you know for the first time, like we did, that one of the roommates came face to face with him and described him with bushy eyebrows, with a thin build but an athletic build, the way we now know that was written? Did you know that?
I had heard that somebody's seen somebody in a mask. I didn't know if it was something that was like yelled out, and one of the people that was downstairs heard that. I did not know it was one of the people downstairs that actually eyewitnessed this person. And to me, it was just a call. So I wasn't positive that it wasn't just a rumor. So we never mentioned it. The details in the affidavit are kind of shocking. But I'm sure we'll get the more details as time goes on. But yeah, it reads very bizarre.
Father Steve, along with his attorney, Shannon Gray. And Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for joining us this morning. Our condolences to you and your entire family. Did learning of this arrest provide any relief?
Yeah, it definitely provided relief for our family. We learned later at night around 10:30, and it felt like a cloud was lifted off of us. I mean, it's like seeing sunlight after you've been stuck in a house for a month. So it definitely provided relief and comfort to know that things were progressing, and all this torture of waiting had a purpose and a meaning. And it was it was right before her celebration of life. So that also added to, knowing that millions of people have had prayers for us. And in a bad case, a bad situation, this is one of the best ways that we could have learned in the moments of learning it.
Have you learned anything about how the police link this suspect to the crime?
I think they've given our lawyer a little bit of background on how they put things together. I don't know about all the details, but we're still waiting and learning, and those lines of communications ongoing.
Is there any indication at all that your daughter may have known this suspect?
I think those things will come out. I don't know if there's a direct connection, but we're waiting to see, and we're learning every day we're learning something new.
Let me bring in your lawyer, Mr.
So she's asking right here, what is that? And it's something I hadn't noticed before in this footage.
And
it almost
is there any indication at all?
I'm guessing that it's wrapped up in some kind of crime scene thing. But to me, it almost looks like a Treadmaster or Stairmaster or something coming out. Big board. I mean, it's almost as big as a gurney. It could be a mirror. whatever guesses you guys might have, it does have, if you look
that your daughter
right here, it has attachment areas, it looks like. So it attaches to something. And here's the second part coming out right here. Seems to be related.
Will come out.
Seems to be something
I don't know
he's
if there's a
trying
direct
to
connection,
hide.
but,
despite now
we're
this
waiting to
looks
see,
like
and-
a back cushion or something to me. So I don't know. It's a very unusual thing. The reason, you know the reason.
And we're learning every day we're learning something new.
Luckily, my viewers can read backwards. I've MK'd Ultra you enough to be able to read backwards.
Let me bring in your lawyer, Mr. Gray. We are going to see this probable cause affidavit after he's sent back to Idaho. Kohlberger sent back. What are you hoping to learn from it?
Well, I hope we get some good evidence and some good information from the probable cause affidavit. You know, it's the arrest. You have to have probable cause for the arrest, and having that information in that affidavit, it won't give us a full view of the case, but it'll give us some really good information about what hard evidence they have against the defendant in this case.
What can you tell us about what the police have learned so far? Have they given you any more information as an attorney?
Well, really right now what we're looking at is, you know, now that we have a name and a face to this horrible crime, I think all of the families, including the Gonzalez family and all the other families, are looking for any connections there might be with any of the victims in the case. The Gonzalez family is looking hard at that, and we're going to be providing any information we have to the Moscow Police Department. Then they'll obviously make a decision on whether or not they want to release any of that information to the public based on the investigation.
And Mr. Gonzalez, you'll be in court when the suspect arrives in Idaho?
Yeah, we expect to be in court, and we'll probably take different schedules depending on who's available. But yes, there will be a Gonzalez representation in that courtroom almost every single day.
What do you want everybody watching now to know about Kaylee?
Kaylee was a hard-driven worker. She was the one who started your day off if you were getting coffee. She would, get you that coffee for you, smile, and hopefully send you on a great day. She did everything right. She followed the rules. She went out with a friend. She didn't do it alone. She had a professional driver take her back. Professional driver take her back. She had a professional driver take her back. She did everything right. She didn't deserve this, and it's up to us as American citizens to make sure that we follow this case all the way through.
Makes
and we
sense,
see some
bro.
justice, and we identify these people, and we put checks and balances in there so we can get these people off the streets and just live great lives and not have these small few people, taking advantage of all of our trust.
We are all sorry for your loss. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Here's what he said it was like to see the suspect in court face to face. All right, so Steve, there's so much of what has to be just upsetting information, seeing this arrest affidavit now. My first question is, as always, just how are you and your family doing?
Well, it's a bit of a narrative change. You go from hunting, looking, poking, like you always see these shows where it's somebody that you know, somebody close, somebody you trust. And I had a hard time with that because Kaylee was so kind to people. She was honoring to us, and she was honoring to her brother.
It's funny to me that he refers to Policewoman. The Policewoman was actually a really good show, and it is famous for actually showing criminals how to do crimes. I had a buddy in high school who watched Policewoman and learned how to defeat a alarm at a stereo shop. Just as an example, this is back in the days of before he was super Christian and his money days, his hex days.
Brothers, and her sisters, but for all outward appearances, she was a very, very nice person. So we were a little bit puzzled by, we just weren't ready for a bully story or something along those lines. So you read the affidavit and you just find out that nobody understands exactly why, but he was stalking them, he was hunting them. He was just a person looking for an opportunity, and it just happened to be in that house. And it's hard to take. It's very hard to take. And, I've said this before. I thought maybe I should have put her in some gun safety courses, have done something, but she had her phone right next to her. And
Well, there's something actually that I noticed, nothing that he says on all outward appearances. Did you catch that?
she couldn't call 911. So these were just girls that went to sleep that night, and a coward, a hunter that went out and he picked his little opponent that was girls. And that's probably why the house was targeted. It was because there was just girls there. And it ended up being a little bit more of a different challenge, different instance he wasn't prepared for. But I think that's...
So there's another one that's been changed a couple times. Kaylee's wounds were worse than the others. Supposedly she was stabbed, punched, and strangled. She was the target. Here, that's probably why the house was targeted.
What the affidavit shows is somebody who was stalking a house.
Goodness, yeah, that's one thing that stood out to me, the idea that his cell phone...
There you go. Oh, boy. And they're still pushing it. They don't even think it's over.
He had been in the area of the house at least 12 times before. Do you believe Kohberger was stalking your daughter in particular, or just the house itself and all the folks living there?
No, I don't think it was Kaylee in particular. There's other details that'll come out later on. No, I don't think it was Kaylee in particular. There's other details that'll come out later on.
Quick, someone alert me, Nancy Gray. Steve said, no, it's not Kaylee that was targeted. I expect you to read backwards.
No, I don't think it was Kaylee in particular. There's other details that'll come out later on. But I've always said this to Maddie's mother and her father, that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe in the case it does. But to us, none of these girls deserve this. And I don't want a parent to think that, to feel even worse than when you go through this, to think that, oh, my girl said something that caught him off guard and then these other people are just a part of it. That's a cancer inside you. And I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to try to keep my family from thinking anything like that. The real problem we have is we have an individual that thought it was okay to, attack other human beings. And that's what I'm going to focus on.
Of course. And then that's got to be just a brutal thought to live with. Was there any sense, have you been told if there was any contact between Kohberger and them prior to this, or was he just surveilling them from afar?
I don't have any pinpoint information that I can share that would say that they were directly in contact. There's definitely rumor mills out there that say that there's going to be more information. We can almost guarantee that there's going to be more details that are going to be brought in. I'd be a little bit surprised if there wasn't a clearer touch point that would suggest that he was interested in one or two of the people more than he was the others. But at this point in time, we have enough in that affidavit to believe that this defendant has a lot to explain.
Yeah, no question. He's, of course, innocent until proven guilty, nature of our justice system. Have investigators shared with you any indication as to a possible motive?
No.
Heather posted, Idaho murders. Kaylee Gonzalez's father believes suspect chose to go upstairs to potentially target victims. Kaylee Gonzalez's father said the suspect of the murders of 4 Idaho college students allegedly entered and exited their home on the 2nd floor.
No, we haven't got down that. I know that I'm supposed to be doing an interview with them. Shannon's putting that together and coordinating that. So that may be something that comes up, but they're very careful. And I've told them, don't tell me something that puts me in a situation where I might disclose something that could hurt the case.
Also in the affidavit, it says that the surviving roommate, identified just by the initials DM, says she heard crying coming from one of the rooms, saw a man dressed in black with a mask on walk past her. Do we know why police were not called until several hours after that?
We don't have those details. I do know that she was petrified, and I think people respond a little bit different. I don't want to make her a victim, and people are mean. They'll go after people, and I say don't do it in my name, not my family name. I think she was just scared, very scared, and it's not like Hollywood where everyone behaves like people think they would. And
I agree with that. I think this was an absolute horror show. I think it's a horror show that he can sit there and say how this one individual targeted them without any knowledge, really, of any of the people in the house. And then he's completely unfazed by the fact that there's 3, 4, maybe 5 other DNAs present, and it doesn't bother him one bit. And then once there's no stalking and all the other narratives they've created to get Kohberger on the chopping block, once those are gone, what's your argument, bro? That's all I'm asking. I'm not targeting you. I'm asking.
Eventually, we'll get all the details and we'll understand a little bit more.
I get it.
It's probably going to be like a medical.
I get it.
It's probably going to be like a medical.
I get it.
It's probably going to be like a medical.
Petrified is the right word. I could understand. I do want to ask you before we go. You were in court. You had the chance to see Kohberger, perhaps to look him in the eyes. What were you feeling at that moment?
I was pretty angry. I was pretty heated. I wanted him to look me in the eye. He knows I want him to look him in the eye. So he's...
Let's think back about the last time Steve looked somebody in the eye. At the memorial service with Jack D.
He didn't. He didn't give me that opportunity when he was back in his home state, Pennsylvania. He did turn around and look for his parents and not me. He didn't give me that. So I think he's understands that I'm not going to see something in his eyes that I want to see, you know. I want to see an innocent man. But I feel like he's just scared to look at me in the eyes and start to understand what's about to happen to him.
Yeah.
You know, he picked the wrong family, and not scared of a conflict, and we're not scared. We're not running. We're coming at him, and the defendant has his hands full.
I really find it strange that this family would continue to keep pushing what is, in my opinion, an obviously outdated narrative.
Did you sense anything from him, any emotion in that moment, in that courtroom?
I did. I sensed somebody shocked and scared and not prepared. Like, almost like a sense of, like, this is nothing like I thought it was going to be. So, his mannerisms, his body language, I'm pretty in tune with certain guys. I've played sports my whole life. I've been in different gyms. I've been in conference rooms with white collar. I can sense confidence, and I did not sense that at all. I sensed somebody who was
I wonder, has he been in the towel-snapping $5 billion MPD locker room?
Flaring, scared, and worried.
Maybe because he was not prepared and is scared because he is factually not involved in this crime. Isn't that terrifying? Why does it matter that there's 4 other DNAs? Why?
I'll tell you, Eric, I've been speaking with Steve for a number of weeks now, and you know, I sense, you can see it in there, you sense exhaustion. I mean, of course we would be having lost a child that way, but also this is the first time I sensed really more resolve there, right? I mean, I think what came across to me is, you heard him say there, he picked the wrong family, the suspect picked the wrong family, that there's a path to justice here, right? That he was expressing, but still heartbreak, right? I mean, the way he described it, that this, his view is that this guy was hunting those victims.
Here, what's added to that set of affidavits is the paragraph that talks about Mr. Kohberger's phone using a tower that provides service to 1122 King on a number of occasions. The PC affidavit says 12. But the really big deal about that is that it's misleading when you say the cell tower that also services this particular location. Moscow has, I think, 2 cell towers that service the town. Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that...
Speaking of cover, let's talk about Rolamato. And he's been saying all along that Banfield vehicle, which, let's remember that it was an electrical vehicle sent out to make money, save money for the department, that was never used again, is not really in any of the records. They don't have any other ones. We've never seen it again. That it was laid out there perfectly at the time to lay cover for this crime.
That one gets gas in Moscow. From the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked, looking at a particular place or not. Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records. But based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Koberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist. They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person, and they shouldn't have done that. They knew that was incorrect. They also changed.
Okay, that's a good point. Mark and Betty, thank you. That he looks annoyed, right, at this case already. What, in my opinion, what I've been saying from the beginning is that he is frustrated by what the prosecution has presented here, and he is doing with all his might to keep this suspect in the light and in the jail until we get to trial, where they can shove the DNA down the jury's throat and possibly squeak by on people not understanding the cast viz and all the genetic genealogy stuff. It's just going to confuse the crap out of him. So he doesn't want to hear the real facts. That's why I told you guys this Franks didn't have a chance in hell. I knew from the way he was acting. He was like, well, if you don't do it this way, Miss Shushri, then you're going to force me to give them a Franks. And that's the last thing we want. Now, Jeff H. might come up here and say that we've got, he's just doing his job, and the last thing he wants to do is release a mass murderer on a technicality. Right? And I agree to an extent with that. I agree. The last thing you want to do is release the suspect of a mass murder unless it's the right thing to do, because there's no evidence. Then you have to, and he knows it. And he's getting into this case on the drop. When you draw on the drop, you're going to get taken out 9 times out of 10. If somebody's already pointing a gun at your head, your chances of whipping one out and shooting them before they shoot you are very, very low. You never draw on the drop. And that's exactly where this case lays.
Changed that quite a bit, performed drive testing, and so there were other bits of data that kept coming in so that they would know that was untrue. Now, for a magistrate to be relying, remember, on somebody who's a witness, somebody who's...
It's very obvious that this body language is a result of the closed hearing. We know coming into day 2, was it, that he wanted to move on from the IG. He didn't want to hear it anymore because he knows that it's fact. And so just remember, like I said in my post, remember who we're dealing with. There's no, we had a portion of it in Latah County, and now it's moved down to Ada. It's a whole different circuit. It's a whole different set of values. It's a whole different set of peoples and opinions. Bullshit. These people are in the triangle. I am beginning to wonder, and I'm very glad that Bicca Barlow's coming in there, but at this point, I feel strongly that Ann Taylor should be shouting from the rooftops. We're going to have to go to trial now. And I'm not seeing the sense of urgency in her. And I know we all love Ann Taylor, right? But she's very quiet. And is that right? And she has her rooks and her bishop's position to win this thing. But I don't feel, when you see, like you watch Perry Mason, or you watch any of these, they have very strong character presence, which is a very important part. Now, overcoming her opposition has been pointed out. It's not going to be difficult because the jury is going to hate BT, and he's going to hate Shushri. They're going to hate him because they're hateable people. There's nothing to like. They will lie beyond dispute, and they won't stop. And people will be able to see through that. However, DNA. So that's why we did not want it to go to trial. That was our best outcome. It should have been granted. I will agree with everyone, Ms. Potts, everybody else. If you're still with us here, I do agree it should have. And like I've been saying, they've been studying this case in law schools across the country, and when it's analyzed in the future by these schools, they will be able to tear apart his reasons given for denying the Franks and for denying the motions.
He's been interviewed 4 or 5 times and continually says something that's absolutely impossible, has memory problems, and the judge never knows that. And we'll keep the IgG identification off to the side. But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following.
You see, she still has the approach, and I'm no law expert, okay, by any means. Just because I live close to the lawyer you know doesn't mean that I am an expert here. But right there, listen, one more time.
Then you absolutely magistrate to be relying, remember, on somebody who's a witness, somebody who's been interviewed 4 or 5 times, and continually says something that's absolutely impossible, has memory problems, and the judge never knows that. And we'll keep the IgG identification off to the side. But then you have this false narrative.
She's trying to give it that umph, but it should have been like, and then you have these people pushing this false narrative, judge. I'm sorry, kids, go to bed. But listen, that's where that level, she's here. I need her here at a 9. This thing is breaking down. She needed to emphasize that, and to me, it's less that she's watching the temper of this hanging judge here, whereas it's just she slipped back into the role of a public defender. And that's how she's used to presenting her cases, because the cases are usually solved and an outcome is determined when a public defender is involved.
That looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie to the magistrate. When you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out.
Right there. It's an outright lie. It's a freaking lie, dude. Sorry, Pitbull. Go eat some mac and cheese.
Might as well say stalking because that's what you're trying to say, and you know that's not true. This court can rely on our proffer in D1B and in the cast draft report and in the cast final report because those dates change. The court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing from defense experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph was to the magistrate.
But to me, that's a good point, Angel. But to me, there has to be no tomorrow. Because there is no tomorrow. Kids, go to bed.
The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that.
And to hear him talk about, we know his parents, but to imagine as a parent, to hear him say, my daughter had her phone right there and she couldn't even call 911.
Twiz, I understand what you're saying, but remember, with the Franks, I told you, bro. And this is tomorrow's gone. Tuesday's gone. That's it. It's over. We didn't get this Frank's despite its legal validity or the suppression. And all the evidence was there and even more in the closed hearing. And here he is. Oh, I can't take this anymore. Listen, she needs to ream his ass a new one. Because there is no tomorrow. Once we get to that trial, juries are stupid, bro.
How helpless he must feel. And I was also just really struck by his empathy and his grace. And I think, again, just a testament to him as a parent. When you asked him the question that a lot of people have about the roommate who, according to the affidavit, was home, saw who we believe was the suspect.
Results matter to his, that's all I'm saying. Results matter.
Right? But then there were no calls for 8 hours and him just saying, look, this is not a movie. This is just, you have to try to.
Yeah, Love Tina, sure, Supreme Court or appeals. Happy 62nd birthday, Mr. Kohlberger.
Put yourself in that moment. I think it just, speaks to who he is.
Good for him for saying that. I mean, as he said, petrified. I mean, this is a girl just out of her teenage years who witnessed, just you can imagine the fear in that moment. Anyway, we'll keep on the story. A lot more to come.
I mean, the thing is, it's already on record. That's the thing. She is there to emphasize a point as a lawyer defending an innocent client. In her own words. This is and Gretchen, thank you for jumping in. I appreciate your opinion. Gretchen is very right. And Lana has been very good at pointing that out. I do want to go back to her, but we have Jenn. Jenn, would you like to come up here? Give me a call as soon as you're ready. Let me see what she says here. Okay, she's getting set up. We're going to have her in a couple. So let's finish Heather's video. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm Kane B. I'm taking care of each and every one of you tonight. I'm so happy you're here. I'm glad to be on the air again. And if you don't mind, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like. Jump on in the chat. Mean you don't bite. That's a good potato onion right there. Yeah, fantastic video, Heather. I know I played it. I wanted to play it because I know it was one of Heather's longer videos. I wasn't sure that everybody made it through. You get to the beginning, and it's like, okay, here's the stuff from the court, which she started with. Let's get back, though, where we left off with my favorite lady.
Let's put this in. It wouldn't have led to the crime scene profile because it was the wrong family branch. Maybe it wasn't the wrong tree, but they were barking up the wrong branch of the wrong tree. Okay, let's correct the record. Strike that, Your Honor. Correct the record. Maybe they weren't barking up the wrong family tree, just maybe climbing onto the wrong branch of possibly the wrong family tree. Holy shit. All right. Wow. Absolutely wild. Mercy Cat, your daughter told you they probably did that months ago.
Nothing. I agree that she does, and it seems that she has, in all appearances, the back room knowledge of how to work these people. Yet all her efforts fail, except for getting it moved to Ada County. So if you hearken back to the beginning, when people talked about Anne perhaps being a part of it. So I think on that note, and keeping it all in fairness here, I'm going to run over here to my boy Rolo and check out his video real quick if you guys would like to hear it. Let's see what we got here, Rolo. Got a new avatar there, bro. Oh, that's cool. Okay. And let's see here. I guess that's it right there. And play that.
Yo, it's cracking, everyone. First of all, it's all alleged speculation, my theory, my personal opinion, and my findings. This is all for entertainment, and everybody mentioned here is all innocent to proven guilty in a court of law. So I guess we gotta step it up a notch, huh? Let's hit the steppers. What's not showing messing around for our constitutional rights, yo.
Yo.
Yes, a general description is material and relevant.
Hold on, we just started playing Rollo's video.
And that general description, which is what was provided in the PC affidavit, was consistent throughout all of her interviews. She described seeing someone wearing all black.
You mean wearing a cloak and a mask right here, caught on the Banfield footage?
A mask.
Like this one right here? Or like this one, you know what I'm saying?
With only invisible.
This is just one of them, you know? There's more, way more.
This person was male, white.
Or were they, these guys, or girl, whatever?
She heard a voice that was not something that she recognized.
Is that right? Well, didn't you take a picture with this person right here in Nathan's Street that morning?
The person was a slim, skinny, lean build. And the person was taller than she is around 5'8". That's what's important. It was that general description. And that general description did not change.
But let me answer your question there. If the magistrate judge had been told there's unknown male B in blood in the house attached to the handrail.
I wonder if on that picture, or that person that left the blood on the handrail, is this person right here on this guy's phone. You know what I'm saying? See that banister? That's the same banister right there, right here. You know what I'm saying? You don't believe me? Look. You know what I'm saying? You see that the black line by the foot? That's the bed. That's Maddie's bed inside the room. You see I'm reaching up to the ceiling for that opening?
That might have made more of a difference to her. Maybe a sheath that can be carried to the house and blood in the house that's not the same, maybe that matters. And then maybe the car being completely empty of any blood DNA connection, maybe that matters a little bit more. Maybe it.
Well, I'm just not sure why it matters for a probable cause, but I think we're talking over each other, so I'll let you just go on.
Okay. I don't think probable cause is in a vacuum. I think probable cause isn't one thing. I hope it's not one thing. I hope there has to be a little bit more than one thing, especially when you've got another thing that's the same as the one thing.
Well, I said I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway because you brought up blood DNA of an unknown individual that was found, I think, on the handrail.
Yes.
Doesn't that necessarily not exclude Mr. Koberg? What it may do is suggest there might be a potential other person in addition involved if you assume that that blood was related to the victims and not some earlier event in the house.
If what the court is saying is exactly why the magistrate needed to know that. Is there another explanation here? I've got this sheath, but there are all these other things that if I know about them, matter. What's the other explanation? What's going on with this investigation? What's happening here? That's exactly the point, Your Honor. What other explanation is there? The magistrate wasn't given a chance to ask that. She wasn't given a chance to ask that when she wasn't told about unknown male B, blood on the handrail. She wasn't given a chance to ask about that when she wasn't told about unknown male D, blood on a glove outside the residence. She wasn't given a chance to ask any of those questions. She didn't know that Brian's car and the court's question, good question, what does that mean? Could it mean there's more than one person?
Well, of course there is, Ms. Taylor. check this out. You know what I'm saying? You guys see that object in his hand, the left hand? It's a knife. You know what I'm saying? I believe, in my opinion, that's
Damn.
after the first attack, Ethan and Zana started, and they went to change, and then they left to the grub truck. You know what I'm saying?
He's getting scared. Not to be guys. Abby shouldn't park anywhere here. They told her to park at the bottom part of the lot. Anywhere.
I know it's a little hard to tell, but trip out on the guy in the middle on the shoes. They're on Vans, you know, like those diamond pattern type Vans. You know what I'm saying? And that's number 9 at the grab truck. He comes right here and he changes, and then he changes into you know, that's when he seen over there with the jersey. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and that's a girl that's with the one with the red backpack. So
The answer to that is, or it could mean it's not Brian because his car's got nothing in it.
this is early footage of supposedly Brian, but it's not him. But you know who it is, in my opinion, is this guy on the left. You know what I'm saying? And the car that he's driving is was registered to that guy on the right, which is you know, Danesi, the leasing agent for 1122. Yeah. It's you know, weird. But yeah.
This is fire, Rolo.
You know, what a coincidence, you know, and that's a car right there. That's a car that ended up in Oregon, you know what I'm saying? Registered to Danesi out of Colorado. And where was the last car seen? Where was that car last seen? Entering the neighborhood over there by Conestoga. And who lives over there? The owner of the house, Scott Perky, the Chomo. And trip out on this. That sound footage, right? Easily manipulated, I know. But it's not the car. That's 2015 Elantra. That car is not a 2015 Elantra. You can tell by the headlight. You see the headlight? Look on the bottom. It goes halfway into the wheel well. Look at the top. It doesn't. All right. I rest my case. Mic drop. Lace.
And there were only 13 minutes to do this. The magistrate didn't get to know that.
In fact, his DNA is still on the knife sheath, though. That's the problem, counsel, for probable cause purposes.
If that's the only thing she's told, I can see why she'd find probable cause. It's these other things that are withheld that create a context around it. I think Frank's is to ask this very question. This is a question. What do we want to do with our criminal justice system? Do we want to have one thing with no context around it when there's this other context that really matters?
Applying the Frank standard, which is even if you add that stuff, does that take away probable cause, counsel? And my problem is once you have a direct DNA tie to the defendant, for purposes of probable cause, this isn't for purposes of conviction, for purposes of probable cause.
All right, right there, he's literally trying to one-up her intellectually. And he's trying to make the point, for the purposes of probable cause, that DNA is all that matters. It doesn't matter how they got to it. It doesn't matter that it wasn't even his family tree, and he knows all this. We know now from the other transcripts, and he just doesn't want to hear about the truth.
Cause you have not explained to me why a reasonable magistrate, let alone any magistrate, wouldn't find probable cause there, even if they knew all those other facts. As to Mr.
I guess she failed to demonstrate to him something he can wrap his mind around. What does she have to do? She has to do a dance? She has to scream down his throat? I don't know. It's a good point that he doesn't want drama at this hearing, at this point. But when are you going to cause drama? Are you going to look like a crazy person in front of the jury?
Mr. Koberger. Now, there may be, as you say, other people that creates.
As you say, as the PCA says, there are other people that should be investigated. I would interrupt him right there. It's just my opinion.
Concern or issues about that need to be investigated further. But I'm not sure that diminishes the probable causes to Mr. Koberger if his DNA is found on a knife she found on or near the victim.
All right, let's get to Jen. Jen, are you ready, my dear? Thank you for taking time off to come be on here tonight. I appreciate it. And let me close this up here, and we'll get to... Where's Jen? There she is. And let's see. I would bring Miss Potts up too, but she's been working so hard. She needs a night off. Let's see here. There's Jen. Okay. And let's go to her channel here. Get her little lips up. I can't spell for anything.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are. How you doing?
Hello?
Hi. Oh, wait, maybe I have her muted. Hold on. She hung up on me. Sorry. Hold on, guys. Oh, maybe she's trying to call me back. Try again. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hey, I think I had you muted. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am great. Thank you very much. I think I'm coming down with a cold, though. You heard me coughing behind the scenes there.
Oh, no.
Yeah, my idiot neighbor had to come barging in. I think he has a couple drinks and he needs attention or something like that. And
Does everybody when they have a couple drinks?
I mean, yeah, I guess, but I got sick of it, so I'm not happy about it. I've been fighting. I downed a bunch of zinc. Anyway, that's me.
Yeah,
what's going on with you?
Are great.
It does help? Okay, well, I should have taken some emergency.
Like one every hour, and for like the first day, you'll be better the next day.
Well, the funny thing is, one every hour. Okay, I took 2 to start, so I'm ahead of the game. I'm probably due for my next dose. So what's new with you?
Get like real zinc lozenges, like from like Whole Foods or something. Don't get like the Hall's bullshit ones.
Well, these are from Dollar Tree, so we're gonna have to hope for the best. It was the last bottle
I don't know. Send me a picture. Let me see. I'll give you my opinion.
All right, we'll do that later. So what's going on with you?
Nothing at all. Just fucking frustrated. I'm getting really like aggravated with this whole case. Honestly, like it's like not even a fair fight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm getting annoyed. I don't know if you saw my post yesterday. I was pissed yesterday when I saw Stacey Chapin and that freaking interview she did. Did you see it?
Yeah, we played it earlier. Absolutely.
That triggered me. I was pissed. Like, you got to be kidding me. You know, like why aren't these families like getting all riled up at the prosecution? You know, like people forget guilt and corruption or guilt and incompetence can both exist at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Even if someone thinks he's guilty, that's great. But still, you know what I'm saying? Like they still need to stop playing games, and there shouldn't be anything hidden. Like it's just bullshit, especially with MPD. Like they have a history of fabricating evidence, being corrupt. Just that simple fact should require them to be held to like an even higher standard. You know what I'm saying? It's bullshit.
Well, they should take into account all the previous corruption with the ISP, and that's gone on in Moscow PD, and that happens in Pullman.
Right.
We have here a case where our lead detective was a rookie. He's no longer with the MPD.
Wait, Payne?
Yeah,
he's not with MPD? I didn't know that.
Trish called MPD and asked for him, and they said he was no longer with them.
Wow.
Right. And then you have the judge retired. You have the police chief retired. You have probably the prosecutor at some point will retire, whether it's now.
This is last year, I think. Isn't this his last year?
Say again?
Bill? Isn't this Bill? Isn't this like his last year? Like, he's retiring after this? I thought I read it somewhere.
Well, he ran again and was elected again. I don't know what the term is for a prosecutor. It's besides the point. He'll be gone to point the finger at once everything is released. If you picked up on the last part of Rollo's video, that kind of twisted my brain. Is when Hitler says, and if there are other suspects involved, as you say, she's getting her information from the detectives. It's not as she says, it's as she pointed out. So clearly, these are the little idiosyncrasies that made me realize there ain't no Franks coming. There ain't no, it's whoop, whoop. Here we go right through to the trial, no matter what.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's like, I'm honestly, I wish I could just give it up because I'm getting so tired of this shit, but I'm already too invested. Because I just feel like at this point, it's not going to be fair at all. So it's like, what is the point? Like, this is why I wasn't keeping up with the court stuff for a while, because I knew this was going to happen. I don't know. I feel like moving the trial was kind of a bad call, in a way. What do you think? Do you think they would have had better luck with Judge?
It's like everybody keeps saying, juries are dumb, and they'll believe what they're told to believe. Somebody mentioned that in a death penalty case, that it's prosecution heavy.
Prosecution friendly. You're getting a more prosecution sided jury in general, I think, because people in general, when they're pro death penalty, I think that they're kind of pro law enforcement, just biased a little bit. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that was you that said that. Okay, I was wondering where I got that from.
I might have said it. I don't know. No, yeah, it was in my video, I think. I don't think I came up with it.
We definitely share a common thought there, and I see it. And thank you, M. Hawkins, for being here. And hold the line is one thing. You have to look at this case like there's no tomorrow. Here, if we definitely have an innocent man, he's been sitting there for 2 freaking years. And the best chance that he has, in my opinion, of getting out is the Innocence Project 22 years from now. I mean, for real. The appeals process doesn't seem like it's going to really matter, because who's going to be the judge in charge of the appeals court? Now, is it, somebody connected? Like we've showed all the connections that they have between these secret societies in this group. And they, if people want to label the Purge as, Criminal Confidential as the conspiracy channels, go ahead. But look at all these conspiracies that keep coming true. And we're just simply pointing this out to you folks. And, it's something that's right there in your face. Right?
You know what? I was rewatching the first, arraignment in Pennsylvania right after he got arrested. And the time of the hearing was 3:30. I was like, great, another 33. Like, you got to be kidding me. Like, it gets to a point where how many coincidences and weird shit do you have to stack on top of each other before you're like, okay, maybe this is not a coincidence. Truth is stranger than fiction. I mean, let's be honest.
Well, if you say that not a single one has come true, and then you go back, and we can go back to Ms. Potts and replay this.
Your daughter's probably right, darling.
And we can see that this false narrative, which we all said was bullshit, as far as the stalking goes, I would have to lean on the side of saying that came true. Okay, and they have a history of doing this, and not to put you on the spot at all. I will just use that as one fine example of what we've been saying all along.
This is
No,
absolutely.
I was thinking, okay, let's assume the rumor about or I guess it's not a rumor anymore, about Brian wearing gloves and separating his trash is true, right?
The attack gloves, right?
Right. Let's say in a world where that's true, and where he really did say that he looks forward to being exonerated, right, as opposed to saying found innocent or whatever, not guilty. I mean, those are different things, because to be exonerated, you have to be convicted and sentenced. What I keep getting this feeling like that he knew, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like he knew that he was going to be framed, or that it was a possibility, and maybe he really was separating his trash because he was spooked for some reason, not because he did it, or maybe just saying I feel like he knew something. He found something out that he shouldn't.
I feel strongly that that's the case, and I feel strongly that perhaps Kaylee found something out that she shouldn't.
Oh, yes.
And
bingo.
There's
the FOIA report, the FOIA request, I mean. You know about that, right? Did I tell you about that?
Just refresh our memory there, New York.
December 15th, there was FOIA request done for Kaylee on the FBI website. I don't know who did it, obviously, but...
What was the date on that?
2022. Huh?
What was the date on that again?
December 15th, 2022.
Okay.
There was another one in this sometime in December, not on the 15th, I want to say early December, for Christ Church, and another one for the Concerned Citizens of Idaho. Those were all in December. But I found it interesting that there was only one done on Kaylee. But could be because of the connection with her and Jack D's aunt, Brooke Miller, who's like big Patriot Front. Ammon Bundy was at the January 6th shenanigans. Like, she's big into that. And you know how they were saying Kaylee likes conspiracy theories and trafficking and all that. I feel like that's maybe, I don't know, like maybe she's on a list somewhere. I don't know how it works.
You wonder if it's that close, because even Steve G himself said on Policewoman, here we wanted to do this whole Policewoman show, and usually you expect it to be somebody close. And here now we have this complete stranger that doesn't fit the bill whatsoever. And
I mean, it's rare.
It's almost
rare
like
to kill 4 people with a knife. That is like very rare.
Well, it's almost like he was disappointed. He wanted the chase, and he didn't get the chase. They wound up with this boring candidate here that didn't fit the narrative. That didn't fit the. He didn't have a motive. He didn't. The character analysis doesn't fit. They tried to bring out stuff from 6 years ago, 10 years ago with the visual snow, and they tried to find him telling people that they had birth-giving hips and these type of things.
Who cares? Like, people are fucking crazy. They're just grasping at straws.
And that's why I like to cover other stuff, and thank you, Heather, for all the stuff you dropped tonight with the other cases in Florida and all over the country where the officers are not allowed to even testify in court because they lied. And they over and over. And they have, I always want to say diplomatic immunity. I mean, they're a bunch of dips. That's for damn sure. But they have, what is it called? The qualified immunity for their lying. And so here you are in a courtroom situation, and the fact that you're saying you remember all these other small details, but then the really important stuff comes up that will exonerate him, suddenly your memory is gone. Right?
Right. Like, how do we know you didn't forget something when you wrote the PCA? Like, if you're that forgetful, buddy, like, come on. Like, it's bullshit. The minute one thing is proven incorrect in a PCA, I feel like it should just be thrown out, start all over again. Like, period. They let these cops and, prosecution, like, it's like they just get away with lying in court way too often, and it's like they don't ever want to, discipline. Like, the judges never want to discipline the cops that lie and stand. It's like they're all just looking out for each other, and it's bullshit. It shouldn't be so adversarial.
100%. And the fact that Maori had no idea how to run cast viz, and they're using that data to find a probable cause to arrest, when he's admitted he only has 16 hours of training, 2 days, when it requires 500 hours of training with an agent. So there's that makes it that makes 3 important downfalls in their case. Wouldn't you agree? I forgot what the 3 were. I was going to list them. I swear to God.
I agree. It's just, I don't understand. That's what frustrates me about the families. And I was getting so pissed off. Like, I just was talking shit yesterday because it's so obvious to me. I mean, I'm sorry. It's obvious. And my sister was murdered. It's not the same as a child, granted, but still, it's someone that's a very close family member. You bet your ass I would be on the phone with the prosecution every time I heard some, kind of shady shit. I'd be like, hey, what are you doing? Yeah. Why are you even playing games with justice for my, my sister? That's what I would do. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, how are they not? What?
Well, it feels, Jen, it feels like there is a common denominator there. And we have failed to find it so far. And really put a finger on it. I think it's emerging, and we're seeing that they're willing to create things and lie as far as the stalking goes, as far as the social media goes, as far as everything else goes. It's very clear. And what really baffles everyone is that the families are on the same page.
Right.
How are you going to be there? I would be, you think about this, Jen, if this was your sister, and I don't know how much you've been keeping up with the court cases, but this has been the most explosive week in this case that there's been. First of all, we got the redacted, mostly unredacted transcripts from the closed hearing. Are you familiar with that one?
Yeah, I didn't, not the whole thing. I didn't read through it, but I saw some of it on Ms. Potts.
Well, if I get the chance, I'm going to try to keep it under 3 hours, which is now over 3 hours.
Sorry.
I wanted to play Lana and Bella reading the transcripts because it's absolutely fascinating. And I keep saying that Hippler was over hearing about the IGG by the time we got into the second day of court and wanted to start talking about Kool-Aid or something else. He was, he wasn't hearing it because he knows the facts are there. And so another thing that's come out of it, Jen, has we found out there was DNA A, B, C, D, and now E.
Oh, I didn't know about the E. Wow.
The E, yeah, the E. And supposedly there are 4 brothers connected to this, I believe, the C, and there's an initials given. Everything else is redacted, but the initials are SC. So we don't know if that's somebody's name or if that's a sperm count or if it's social consciousness, what they're talking about. But apparently there was somebody close enough to Koberger or whatever, or whoever this DNA came from, for the police to contact them. Now, the person they contacted refused to be involved in any way. And good for him. That's a smart move. Why didn't they
go get their trash, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, all of a sudden they want to call and ask, but they couldn't just call and ask Brian or call and ask his dad. Like, yeah, right.
The E is Brian's dad.
I don't think they ever even called whoever that was.
Okay, so the E is Brian's dad. Excellent. Okay. It's all so confusing. SC
Isn't it
is
funny
the
also
FBI
how
agents.
they only want to follow the Department of Justice interim policy? Like, they want to cherry pick when, we deleted all the records as per the justice, the interim policy. okay, so, but like they pick and choose what they want to fucking follow. It's bullshit.
That's the thing. I mean, you get yourself somehow inserted into this case and it's all over, baby. You're like, oh, well, we have somebody else's DNA was in the house, and no. And, you know, Miss Potts feels that the DNA now at this point is going to exonerate him. So it will be very interesting to see how much they pursue that. Because without that, they've lost everything at this point, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you saw the video I posted yesterday, how the memo from ISP, which is no longer on the website, by the way, they took it down, but I saw the screenshot where they had received a grant for IDD on cold cases in like July 2021. Did you see that on my video?
Well, slow down there, New York. What? Say that again. I'm sorry.
Did you see my new video from yesterday with the memo from ISP where they had received a grant for cold cases to use IgG?
I think we played it just a minute ago. Let's go back and make sure. Let's see.
So, in the interim policy from DOJ, it says that, basically this is just it's not the law. It's just interim policy, whatever the wording is. But it says something to the effect of, unless it's a state or government department that's receiving grants from DOJ or DIH, whatever, something like that. Federal grants. If you're receiving grant money for IgG, you have to follow the policy. So I don't understand why that's not being brought up.
Well, it was very interesting that law enforcement was the only benefactor of the hack of the genetic
You saw that, right? Ain't that some shit? Oh, I wonder who did it. Oh, I wonder. Come on, give me a break.
Well, they're so used to sliding everything by and getting away with it that why not hack the website? Who is going to investigate them? Themselves. Right. Oh, we found no wrongdoing here. Over and over, we see that. They do it in every aspect of law enforcement, whether it's new technology, whether it's DNA processing. It's over and over. So this is the eyebrows video that you made.
Oh, real quick, I want to mention something before I forget. Okay, so I've been trying to teach myself about this DNA shit. I was reading something about YSTR, and I'm assuming that's what they checked when they found the 4 brothers. So the Y chromosome is passed down in all the males.
Right, yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about, actually. Yes, excellent, thank you.
Yeah. So I haven't really made sense of it all in my head yet, but I feel like that's
explain that a little bit better, though, as far as the Y chromosome, because if they only have the Y chromosome, they only have half of the genetic material to work with. You need both the mother and the father. Is that right?
Right. Otherwise, all you're determining is that this male is from this lineage. But it could be a brother, it could be an uncle. They all have the same Y chromosome. You know what I'm saying? That YSTR is going to be similar because it gets. Let me find the thing so I can read it instead of trying to explain it because I don't know what I'm saying. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm laughing because Tony Stevenson, SC Santa Claus.
I'm looking at the chat. Hold on. Shit. Okay,
I tell you guys, I appreciate everybody's dedication. In this case, my girls Jen and Heather and Rochelle, and everybody that's put so much time into this. We have just been literally dumped information on, and there's so much to process. It's almost like we started at scratch with what we've gotten here. It feels like.
Okay, found it. You want me to read what I was trying to say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it says, in testing the paternity of a male child, comparison of the Y chromosome can be used since it's passed directly from the father to son. However, similar to mitochondrial DNA, which is from the mother, the Y chromosome is passed through the paternal line. This means that two brothers share the Y chromosome of their father. Therefore, if one brother is a suspected father, his biological brother could also be the father based on Y chromosomal data alone. And this is true with any male related to the suspected father on the paternal line. So, could be an uncle, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the men on that paternal line are going to share the same Y chromosomal data. So if you're not doing a autosomal DNA testing, which I think is what it's called when you do the mother and the father.
Right.
If you're only doing the YSTR, it's not going to be, okay, only him. He could be the father. It could be any male in that lineage, is my understanding.
And I believe that when Miss Audrey C. DNA's podcast was asked about that same question, she said that to get an exact match, you actually have to go to the brothers and the uncles to complete the family tree. Otherwise...
Unless you're doing the mother, I would assume, no? You know what? That's true, because, yeah, I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, it verifies it. So there's a lot to chew right there. I don't think...
Maybe that's why they have the 99.8, they have the instead of 99.9, because what I was reading, it basically, if you're doing an autosomal testing comparison, it's either 0 or 99.999. I don't know where they got the 8 from.
Well,
maybe that's why they waited to collect his father's, because they knew if they did a direct match, like they do in every other case, where they're getting the suspects trash. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they did it this way to create some kind of word salad.
Or to go get around using a warrant.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Man, now you got me thinking Pennsylvania again. They had every opportunity to get his DNA while still in Washington. No question about it. And instead they chose...
To go in his office. Boom.
Yeah. They chose to let him, make it look like he's a fugitive going across country. And it's something that, had you not pointed out to me, I probably never even would have crossed my mind. Oh, they just arrested him in Pennsylvania, and they got his dad's DNA from Pennsylvania. But there was, don't you have to stop for gas on a 1,600-mile trip across country and get a soda and get a...
They could have stopped and waited till they got done eating Thai food, him and his dad, and went and got like their utensils or something. They've done it before. I read some story where like a cop or FBI, someone pretended to be a busboy at a restaurant to collect someone's DNA. Like, they could have easily did that, but they waited for a reason.
It's glaring once you point it out that they did it for a reason. And what is the reason? Exactly. We can't say for sure, but it's sus to us. Yep, yeah. But it's very unusual, and it questions. Now, also, you have to think about this caravan that's going across the country following them, because am I wrong that Kane was on site in Pennsylvania?
That's what it says, yeah.
So here we have representation from Idaho tagging along the Kobergers as they drive across country down to Nevada, scoopity-oopity all the way up. And so it's like somebody's whispering in their ear, or they're being dragged along. For what jurisdiction does Idaho have in Pennsylvania?
Right.
Now,
also, is it normal to get 3 separate search warrants? Like they did one for him, for his person, for his car, and for the house. Like, is that normal? Isn't it usually on one or no?
I can imagine that it could be in one. I can't attest to that.
I wonder if that was strategic as well.
Well, it's funny that they had those warrants covered, but not the genealogy, which is what this case is resting on.
It's so ridiculous. I screenshotted a couple things when I was reading some of those docs today, and it's so hypocritical. Like, it's they're not understanding the point, like the bigger picture. Like, searching an entire database of innocent people who are not suspected of doing anything wrong, right?
Right.
Is the same thing as if, someone committed a crime, you go and knock on everyone's fucking door and search for the suspect. Like, it's the same thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
You can't just do that. Like, how is... you have to have a target first. You got to have... Okay, this is what we did. We did X, Y, and Z, and now, because of all that, we think that he's at this house. So we're going to get a search warrant for this house. It has to be targeted. It's the same thing with these fucking genetic databases. Like, saying, oh, it's just public record. No. There's rules for a reason, but the laws are always, 10 years behind, That's the problem.
Yeah, that's very important, but another important thing is you brought up the 99%, right? The 99.99. That's that 99.98, I think, is just as important as the 7 seconds, the 22 minutes, or the 22 seconds and the 7 minutes that they want you to overlook. And
because I thought that our DNA is 99.99 the same, and that that 0.1 or whatever is what makes it all different. Isn't that?
It's a generalization now where it leaves it open. They can still say DNA even though there's no direct match.
They're just saying that magic word because people love to hear DNA in court. Like, ooh, DNA, ooh.
And there's no standard for it.
Just like they did with everything else. They're making it look pretty.
If there was a standard for it and they had this whole genome breakdown of transfer DNA or touch DNA, whatever it's called, and it went from trial to trial and it was a proven effective method, then I would be all for it. But even this judge is asking for a mini lesson on every time from the defense, not mind you, every time the defense brings up DNA. He wants a whole background. Okay, here's the background. The military doesn't accept it as evidence. Is that good for you? Several states don't accept it as evidence because it's unreliable.
Period. That's it.
What more do you need to know, Judge?
Military doesn't let it in should be enough. I don't get it.
Now, what I've been waiting for Anne to do, and this is one of the things that does disappoint me about her, is for the Frank's motion, I felt like she should have said, look, I'm sorry, Judge. You have that DNA sheath, sure. But you also have a contaminated crime scene from the get. And if you want to talk about checkmate, and if that doesn't come up at trial, I would be... I would run all... I told you so's, but I would be screaming out of my brain. Because, look, you had college students in and out of that open-doored house for at least 3 or 4 hours before anybody allegedly arrived there. How is that sheath going to be admitted into evidence? Nothing can be depended on. You have a latent footprint. Latent means that there was a cleanup, Judge.
Period.
So she's left several... Now, Twiz has made the point that these are things that are not meant to be brought up at the hearing. That the Franks is based on the IGG. That the Franks is based on the cell phone data. But why not mention that to get a Franks to see if the evidence that they're throwing out there is admissible?
Wait, I got one better for you. We all forget that we don't even know what exact type of knife was the fucking murder weapon. The coroner came out and said, it was a large knife. If it wasn't, the same knife, it was, two very similar knives. Like, you cannot, it's in my new video, I have to watch that part, but you can determine, like, the width of the blade, but not the length. And considering they were saying edged weapon, like a knife, quote unquote, and considering they're going around asking for sales of fixed blade knives and different brands of knives, tells me that they didn't have fucking sheaths to begin with. Like, I'm sorry. Like, period.
Well,
so we don't even know if a K-bar was the freaking weapon.
I honestly, I call it the magic sheath because it didn't show up until the third run through when Kane magically found it. Where was it? And how, okay, so there's obviously, we played Miss Potts' video, there's other blood that's not Kohberger's on the sheath. Now
People hear single source and they think there was nothing else on there. It's called single source when they separate it. It's going to be called a single source. It's the fact that it was partially under the comforter and partially under Maddie tells me that it probably was Maddie's. Like, maybe had it under the pillow or something.
For protection, possibly.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, the whole scenario, honestly, as far as he went in the back door and came out the back door and they were asleep, none of it makes any sense. As far as the dog and when you factor in totality all of the bullshit that they fed us, none of it makes a lick of sense. Kids go to bed. But it's honestly, it's hard to believe. Now, what part of the video is the part you're talking about here on your video? Was it towards the end? Do you remember?
Hold on. Which part? What am I looking for?
I can just play the rest. We've only got 12 minutes left. You want to take a little break and listen to this?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
If, hypothetically here, he went to this crime scene, committed these murders, and left DNA on a piece of evidence, that he now has the ability to object to that evidence being searched for identification purposes. There's no case that suggests that concludes that. And it seems to me to be an extreme position to take in light of the case law, and I'm trying to understand how you get there.
Well, I think Your Honor is asking me about things that I anticipated the state would argue, their abandonment theory, and I would remind the court that the Ross case said that abandonment is a knowing intentional leaving of something, for one thing. For the other thing, I think that the court is asking me to take a position where it feels like burden shifting to me.
I'm trying to understand the legal argument and how this is different from example from latent fingerprints.
Well, Your Honor, I think that things like latent fingerprints and like CODIS, there's statutes about CODIS in Idaho, about what's allowed in CODIS. This is a different search. This isn't an STR search. That's what happens in CODIS. This is a different search.
So I'm going now to, the constitutionality of using the DNA that was allegedly on the knife sheath. And because I understand your argument is twofold. One, your client complains
that it's a good idea that the prosecution isn't ready. They're behind the eight ball. I don't believe that. I think with the resources that the government has, you almost always need to take a breath, take a beat, do the investigation, investigate all of the other things. And I will tell you, there are some rumblings around. I don't know if you saw the other day, there was a search warrant that was sealed. One of the reasons they gave for the sealing was very curious. There are all kinds of things that are swirling around this, and as any competent, he clearly has a very competent defense lawyer, would take the time to do the parallel investigation they need to do.
What was the squirrely language around the warrant, Mark?
There was some language in the warrant that if unsealed, not only would it compromise the investigation, but that arguably it would threaten law enforcement. That tells me that there's something there that they don't want out yet, or something that they missed, and they're afraid that if it got out that there would be public, what I call blowback. And I think that that's a legitimate concern. I will tell you, I've seen, I can't tell you how many thousands of warrants that have been sealed. Rarely have I seen one where the reason centered on the threat to law enforcement.
So this says Lake Worth beach-born genealogy site sells for millions to a German company. February 2023, Palm Beach Post.
Coffindaffer.
I think that's why they only sealed the warrant in Washington until March 1st. I think that they needed the sale to go through.
So they waited for the announcement till March so that the sale could
So it was
complete.
all done, yeah, until it was like finalized. That's my theory. I don't know.
Are you similarly concerned?
Yes, definitely saw that as sort of a very unusual language to use, and particularly since we have the complaint affidavit unsealed. Why aren't they unsealing those search warrant affidavits? It's not making a lot of sense, and I agree with Counselor Garagos on this one.
Yeah, I'll tell you, there's a suspicion that when they said, we talked about when the police came out and they said, this is the guy, we're 100% certain, there's nobody else that's going to be arrested. I think a lot of that is being called into question now.
Meaning what? There's somebody else, or that it's not?
Meaning potentially that they think there's some other.
Hold on, wait, what?
Those two guys, the two FBI guys that I showed, the picture, those are the guys that created that company, and they currently go around to law enforcement departments across the country and teach them how to hide the ITG. Remember that PowerPoint I showed?
Yeah, it was literally an instruction on how to violate somebody's Fourth Amendment rights and get away with it from two FBI. So they saw profit in illegal activity.
They left the FBI and started their own company. They didn't retire from the FBI. They resigned, which tells me they saw dollar signs, and now they're running a company that does the genealogy shit through AI.
Yeah, because if you resign, you lose your pension, you lose your whole package, right?
Right, so it had to be worth it, you know?
Well, the timing thing piques my interest because you wonder, once it's sold to this German company, now you're outside of U.S. law, and they can share whatever the hell they want. And so now you've made that announcement on March 1st, even though you already had the information. Now the legality of it can't be questioned because the Germans are giving it up easy.
Yeah. Olivia talked about a guy offering up a special vacuum to law enforcement. Oh yeah, that was me. I made the video about the on LinkedIn the MVAC. Remember that?
Yeah, the MVAC.
I'm answering Bubbly's comment out loud.
That it picks up little microscopic bits of DNA and carpet.
It's like a wet vac, basically. Right. So it gets in all the little nooks and crevices.
But it's microscopic filter. That'll
60 or 70% more DNA can be collected that way. And the guy offered the machine to come there with the machine, like, for free.
Yeah,
and they never called him back. They never called him back.
As much as we stand up here and say, show me the money, Jen and I are 100%. If this guy did it, let's take him down. But show me something. You know, why didn't you go these extra steps? It's so clearly obvious to me now. And I don't know 100% that everybody in here 100% agrees. But it's like law enforcement was literally going through the motions. And any steps that were questioned, you just get a little slap. You get a little bitch slap. And just from the investigation alone, it also tells you something that they knew right when they walked in that house. Whenever that was.
They knew the intention of the crime. They knew the intent of the crime the minute they walked in, because less than an hour they lifted the vandal alert, which tells me they knew, okay, you know what, everyone else is good. We don't got to worry about any other people, you know, like they said, targeted to this location, and the general public is not in danger. Like, the mayor was speaking truth, I think, in the beginning.
Absolutely. I think all the truth,
like, everything he was saying made
is
sense.
right there
it's the
in the
only thing that
beginning.
did.
And a lot of people have said that. I think I've even heard AR say something along those lines, that you have to look back to the beginning of the case. But here's another theory on the vandal alert, is as soon as Scott Green, the puppet master, got heard about that, he shut it down as quick as you could see. Because
they had the vandal alert for the guy that threatened the people with a knife on like the month before, right? They had that up for like hours, I think. It was a long time, but they don't keep it up for a quadruple murder. Like, what?
Well, they even kept it unclear by saying, but stay vigilant. So they covered their asses by saying, stay vigilant. How do you know? A quadruple murder just happened, and within 5 minutes, everything's cool. It's cool, guys. Don't worry. Go on with your lives. This is a targeted attack. We don't know if it was targeted on the house or the students.
How could a house be the target? Let's think about it. It's the person who owned it or the people who lived there, right?
Right. We keep finding that narrative in other cases too, where if the house was targeted or the family was targeted, because if they get the house was targeted, that fits into the pretty imperfect and the jealousy narrative they tried to push, right? Because he's an incel. That's what we heard over and over. He's another one of these incels, like that guy in Santa Barbara, and he's just jealous of anybody who has a life. And
come on, give me a break.
That is just bullshit. Like, oh my gosh, how... And they beat it to death, and they're still beating it to death. Nancy Grace still won't accept that he wasn't stalking.
Like, even though, literally, your people, Nancy Grace, your side came out and said that he wasn't stalking that.
The media partner,
the legal definition of stalking, come on, shut up. Like, I get so aggravated.
Yeah, nobody can shut Nancy Grace up. She was a prosecutor. All right, let's go on with this video.
Wait, hold on, before I forget.
Yeah.
So, I was thinking, right, Papa Roger. I always got the feeling it was someone in LE, right? Just like hiding behind that name.
You've said that.
You know the founder of Jedmatch is
a Roger. It's spelled different, right?
Huh?
It's a Roger, but it's spelled different, right?
Right, but he's like the father. Like, it wasn't until the police used Jedmatch for the Golden State Killer that it became a thing. I might have told you this already, but that's when it became a thing. That was like, so they're like the founding father, per se, of genetic genealogy being used for law enforcement. Like, maybe that was a play of, like, Papa Rogers, you know what I'm saying? The guy's old.
He's the father, Papa Roger. Yeah, that does have a ring to it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me play the rest of your thing here, Roger.
Go ahead.
Complicity here. There's some other liability here. There's something else going on here that made them necessitate closing or sealing that warrant to the public until March.
Line with our sister station in Boise about the DNA forensic process and how it could have been used to help solve this quadruple murder.
The crime labs are kind of behind the times. The genealogists have been doing this for more than a decade. The crime labs are just starting to do it.
Genetic genealogy, what is that exactly?
And so in this case, what it seems happened is they got some DNA. We don't know what from, maybe from an access point like a doorknob or a window. Once the DNA is sequenced, you can then take that file, just like a consumer would, to one of the genealogy sites that allows police to search public records of people who have opted in, saying, hey, if there's a murderer or a rapist in my family, I don't mind if you use my DNA to try to find them. I don't think it says exactly that, but there's an opt-in box. And enough people have done that if there is a Caucasian DNA sample, you have better than 70% chance of finding the family tree, the last name, etc., of the person who left the DNA.
So if they don't get a hit in any of the, I guess, criminal databases of previously convicted criminals, they would then go to a commercial outlet where people would voluntarily submit their DNA to find out their own genealogy that way?
There is a company, Verigen. For example, I've worked with them, and they.
You know, Jen, that was another point. I don't know if I was making it with you, but this genetic genealogy thing is just becoming like alphabet soup. It's worse than a 3-letter government agency now. We got so many names out here, and here's another one. Rogan is the parent company of GEDmatch. They were both purchased by Qui-Gon for under $50 million. It's like
cash.
You can't keep track of this shit.
Cash, which is insane. That's a purchase that went through in January or February of 2023. Was the Qui-Gon? I don't know. It sounds like an Asian, like a Chinese word, but they're allegedly German or something. I don't know.
Huh. All right, let's go on.
They have a program for the police. It costs about $500 a file that the police want to say, hey, we have this file. There's no hit to the convicted offender database. We use the genealogy type of DNA. Here's the file. Can you send us relatives to this piece of evidence? Just like it was somebody looking for their long-lost cousin. So after you get the genetic genealogy match, you get a buccal swab, a mouth swab from the person who is a suspect, and see if they match using traditional DNA methods. I imagine that in this case that they've probably already gotten that far through maybe a discarded cup or a cigarette butt or something like that. So they probably, for their probable cause, have already verified the match. But we'll see once it's unsealed.
I think a lot of people have this perception that DNA evidence is just a slam dunk land that we got the guy, but I guess through your work we've learned that that's not always the case.
The first time DNA evidence was reversed was a case that we worked on. Kerry Robinson out of Georgia. He was convicted with DNA evidence, and we showed that the DNA evidence in that case was bad.
What was the question I had there for you, Jen? Let me back it up. I'm going to put the cover over this just in case, because you're playing some copyright stuff there. Okay, let me play this
that
again.
We worked on. Kerry Robinson out of Georgia. He was convicted with DNA evidence, and we showed that the DNA evidence in that case was bad. One thing I would point out is DNA is very, very good at telling us who might have been the original source of some biological material.
That's such a good point, Jen, because if you think about Hitler is absolutely unconvincible that this test could have been bad.
Right.
And here you have, the point is, of my saying is that here you have the minimal amount of the least dependable type of DNA, and no matter what is said by Ann Taylor, he refuses to accept it, other than it's DNA.
At the very least, why can't a chain of custody be shown? Why can't the whatever algorithms that these computer programs that are being used, why can't that be handed up? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just...
Because they don't have it.
This is new technology.
They don't have it. The FBI has it, and the FBI doesn't have to answer to anyone.
Right.
Right? Is that
FBI
right?
has such a prestigious name, you know. Everybody hears FBI, and they think, okay, it's legit. But really, if you scratch the surface, there's a lot of controversy between these FBI, testing and...
Yeah. I would say that in the last few years, FBI has lost all of its prestige. There's no dependability there as far as I can see.
None.
As far as collusion goes and all that, and they had to...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
They have technology now that can that finds DNA in the air. I mean, like, it's just, it shouldn't even be considered. If
Yeah,
it's not blood or semen, I don't want to hear it.
That came out at the Luigi Mangione thing, right? With that they have air DNA, and you can't walk in a room without leaving some type of trace behind you. All right, let's go on with this.
It is absolutely, not good at telling us how material got somewhere. So if I, lend you my glove, you can leave my DNA somewhere. You need more than just the identification.
We're really hoping for the family.
Hello. How are you?
Anything you could update? Why'd you block off?
You're 5 minutes away from getting Ozempic for weight loss.
So this is a
holding under his arm, under his coat. That he's.
I don't know. It looks like it could be a large knife or like a something. I don't know.
Hello. How are you?
Hiding something? Because why do you have the evidence tape?
I'm trying to stop it right on there. We've watched this clip a billion times.
Not put the words on top of it, but.
And I never noticed that. I see it right when he turns right there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I
And
need
you're going to hear the reporter's going to say how they were like running up the hill, down the hill, like looking through the leaves. Like they expanded that crime scene because they had a reason. I don't think it was just because we're just being thorough. No, bullshit.
M. Hawkins, I couldn't agree with you more. I think he's specifically being an asshole. To expound on your point, as far as Hitler goes, and it is not now. It's gone beyond the realm to me of to keep a mass murderer in jail just in case. Now it's keep a person locked up no matter what. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree. It's like he's being combative. Like, just argumentative over everything. Like, you could tell him the sky's blue, and he's gonna be like, no, it's kind of, powder blue. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything she says, he's got a fucking answer for it, like Viviana and Jeff.
And a lot of people want to argue that he did the same with Masseth, but you have to look at the end result. Because the end result is they didn't get their Franks. That even though Masseth was stumbling on Masseth, I'm sorry, Hushkins, Jenny, Ashley Shudkins. Even though didn't even know the facts of the case about how many cell towers, and just let's look beyond the fact that I'm completely ignorant on the case, the death penalty case I'm trying to prosecute. Let's just look beyond that.
Tell him what he should do. She didn't give reason. Like, tell me some facts.
Because she knows he's going to do it. She knew he was going to do it. That's already predetermined. She could do no wrong in that hearing. And
yeah, you can tell by his body language. He wasn't even open to. He wasn't even trying to understand what Anne was saying. Like, he was committed to misunderstanding.
All right, let's go.
How are you?
Anything you could update? Why'd you block off more of the road, by the way?
Just look at a little more area, thoroughness.
There's a look at some of the investigators at the scene of the murder of the 4 college students in Moscow, Idaho. Still with us at the scene, Court TV legal correspondent Shanley Painter, who has been there on the ground speaking to everyone who will talk. Shanley, what's the...
Jen, that's a frustration, I think, for everybody in here that I wanted to bring up earlier, is that no matter how much we learn from this case, I guarantee you that there's not one person in here that has a friend or a family member that'll sit down and listen to anything that we have to say. And the thing is, and I know it frustrates you and it drives me nuts because, we see that this is a nationwide problem, that this is just a fist fight in the nuclear war, right, of the judicial system. And when we try to explain that to people, they roll their eyes. And why, and I question myself why any of us are still here in this tiny little podunk town on this simple, in any other big city case that would have gone by the wayside 2 years ago, and still fighting as fiercely and dying on this hill.
Because their own families aren't doing it, that's why. And you know what? I just want to hear one piece of evidence, just one thing that I can't explain. Like one thing that's irrefutable. Just one.
You're one of the lucky ones, Heather. She says, my dad's wife is so hooked on the story, she actually asked me about it.
You're so lucky, Heather. I'm so jealous.
I wish I had one person it's like the one person I do tell gets so drunk he forgets about it the next day. Rockford ain't hearing it. He don't want to hear shit about it. He's always got some great points, though. But all right, let's go on with this. Sorry.
Okay.
Sidebar.
What's new? What sort of information?
I will chase them down the road.
Exactly. What sort of information did you find out today?
Well, as soon as I arrived to the home here, I noticed they expanded this crime scene to an area
Yeah, Love Tina just brought up a good point. If it happened once, it'll happen again. Well, I was thinking about the Delphi case, and I know you're familiar with Delphi, right? A little bit?
I just know that there's some shady shit going on, and it's a small town. My brain does not have room for anything else besides the Idaho shit.
Well, one of the things that happened about 2.5 years in Delphi was they found the account on the dating site or whatever it was, the hookup site, of this guy who was a chomo, and he had been presenting this model, like misrepresenting himself as this guy. And one of the girls had contacted him. And so
was he law enforcement?
No, he was a chomo.
What's a chomo?
A chomo. Child, don't know.
Got it.
Right. And so they investigated him for a little while, and something happened in Vegas. I don't, like you, I'm not 100% up, but I'm like, man, that is such a glaring thing to not investigate any further. I don't know. It's wild. So it's not that it's going to happen more. It's that it's happening all the time.
There's no consequences,
Right.
If law enforcement, and this is why I don't agree with law enforcement being able to lie during interrogations and things like that, because I feel like it's like what's the word, like noble cause bias.
It's diplomatic immunity.
We got to do whatever we got to do to get to
as long as we get the confession, they can beat the crap out.
Even if they're not doing it nefariously, they're doing it for what they believe to be the noble cause.
And
why can't we just let the evidence speak for itself? I don't get it.
Because if you're a cop, you have to remember your reputation. You're only as good as your last Diet Coke. You know what I mean?
Right.
You want your arrest to go through. You want no matter what, and it's no matter what to get that V for the prosecution. Bring the guy in. We'll convict a ham sandwich.
Everyone's going to pat us on the back and give us high fives. But if they admit wrongdoing, it's like, oh no, we can't have that shame. We can't look bad. I feel like they need to be rewarded for the opposite. Do you know what I'm saying? If there was some kind of consequences and reward for not putting away someone who's innocent, maybe it would not happen as often. But currently, it's like us against them. Good guys versus bad guys. It shouldn't be like that.
Well, the twist in this case, the big twist, is that the families are just going right along with it, that these cops are superheroes, and they're getting the job done, and we're leaving it up to... I would be bleeding through my eyeballs at the way they're handling this case, and I would be ripping some skulls. I'm telling you right now, if this had happened to my family, I would be losing my mind. There's a cigarette butt? There's blood on the handrail?
You didn't test? Like, are you kidding me? Oh, hell no, I would race out. I'd burn the whole town down.
You telling me that this girl didn't report that somebody was getting chased up and down the stairs?
She called friends first? Oh, it's okay. Like, what?
You would have to hold me back with a team of horses, bro.
Like, no planet.
All right, go on.
And I have been talking extensively about Vinny, and that's what's behind this home, this 3-level home. There's a parking lot adjacent to an apartment building that you could pull up and park, and you can see directly to the back of this house. Well, they expanded that crime scene tape right there to block off that portion of this back parking lot, and they spent a lot of the day, the investigators, that team that you just saw myself.
I have to interrupt again because I'm really glad you're in the chat, M. Hawkins. Because I don't know if you're a guy or a girl. I'm sorry, but the thing she said is don't treat me like I'm stupid. These people are horrible actors. Well, they're used to the general public being completely ignorant, right, Jen?
Yeah, just believing anything they say. Like, people act like cops never lie. Like, they're human. Like it happens. If there's enough evidence and the investigation was done correctly, there shouldn't be any problems.
Well, my point is that let's say we're 1 million strong because we have YouTube. Lana's got all these subscribers. All these other people are out here trying to solve the case. Let's add it up to say 1 million people. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You have 350 million Americans that either A, could give a crap about the news at all, or B, if what they eat up what they're spoon fed. And so
or they don't pay as much attention to it as we do, and they don't really know.
There are a discerning few and we found that, but for the most part, they don't have the time to invest, and that is exactly what they're counting on. Yeah, the time we put in, right? If everybody in here had $1,
like how many times I've watched the Grub Truck video, like the 4+ hours
for all the
video,
times
hundreds.
And videos that we've watched. Oh my goodness, it was, but that's not why we're here. And anyway, all right, let's go on. So I just want to say that.
Cell phone video, exploring this parking lot area, the grassy area, and the hill that leads down into the backyard and towards that glass sliding door into the home. They would actually kind of shuffle with their feet through the grass. They would kneel down and just stare in the direction of the home. They would point in the direction of the home. And at one point they were seen walking and then running up and down the hill, like what path would be easier access. It was really interesting to see. And I, of course, asked, then they said they were just trying to broaden the scene. I also asked the Idaho State Police Communications Director, Aaron Snell, about it. He said that they're just trying to look at things from a different perspective and see if what they find in that area matches or confirms what they already sort of know. But tight-lipped as far as if they found it.
Or other heavy military hunting style fixed blade knife that does shed some understanding on why the coroner is floored by the scene. Yes? Explain.
Without a doubt. One thing that we haven't seen yet are the autopsy reports. And the autopsy reports are going to describe each and every blow from that knife. And from that information, the coroner is going to be able to say the knife is either serrated or no, it's straight edge. The coroner will be even able to say the width of the blade. Is it 2 inches? Is it 1.5 inches? Is it 3 inches? What they cannot do is tell the length of the blade because, once you put the knife in, it can go different distances. You can't really measure that in a body. But there is some basic information that you can have. And I think that's why the police are focusing their attention on a type of knife based upon the width of the blade and whether it's serrated or straight edge.
Yeah, and Sally, what have they said about the weapon here? What do we know about the potential weapon?
So initially what we heard was it was some sort of edged weapon. You know, we were talking to local store owners, and it turns out police have been going around asking about specific brands of military grade knives, asking, have you sold any of these types of knives recently? And then we just got the coroner's report a couple hours ago, and the coroner did confirm, yes, it was a knife that killed these students.
Mike,
the weapon, though, is still missing.
It's still missing, though, correct?
Yeah. That's correct. Police have said they still do not know where it is.
Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were all stabbed to death. Their deaths have all officially been ruled homicide murder. U of I's Dean of Students, Blaine Eccles, says he's devastated.
This is absolutely horrific.
Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt says she has no way of knowing if the same knife was used on all 4 victims.
It was definitely a knife. It would seem like if there was more than one, it was very similar, not just the same one for all of them.
She cannot speak to defensive wounds and can't specify an exact time of death because it was reported so late. Here's what we do know.
We have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus, and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45.
But the timeline after that is still murky.
Gabapentin is bringing you closer.
That's pretty good video. What was
I mean, come on, right? Like, what? I don't get it.
How many ways will they deceive and get away with it? The fact of the matter is that they're getting away with it, and you notice, and I meant to do the close-up for you guys of the trial and all of it. Other people have done that now, which is great. But if you watch, you can see even in the full open lens of the courtroom, when they start talking about Detective A and B, Mallory and Kane suddenly become very interested and put down their devices and start to fidget at that point.
And sit up a little straighter. Yeah, they're paying
Very
attention.
intensely interested in what's going on with that. I had a little bit more I wanted to play if you want to stick around. Hey, Sandra, what's up? Of Miss Potts here. We were right at it. So, do you want to just hang out in the chat, or do you want to?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
No, I mean, whatever you want. I just want to say something real quick also.
Yeah.
Like, people forget how extremely abnormal it is for, law enforcement to go and remove victims' belongings themselves and put things in the U-Haul. Oh, it's to help them heal. Like, they were bringing out, like, a pillow, a chair, a vacuum cleaner. Like, how is that going to help them heal? Like, what? People forget that that's really abnormal.
The vacuum cleaner.
That doesn't happen. That's not supposed to happen. Like, they changed every single fact. The time of the murders, the car, whether the 2 roommates were on the first floor and sleeping or not. Like, everything.
Right.
Literally everything.
Well, also, you have to calculate in all the stuff they decided not to investigate. Beginning with the frat boys and the entire street, Taylor Avenue, all that was let go relatively instantly. And then you have Eugene, Oregon, which Rollo brought up earlier. That car, it has nothing to do with it. Don't worry about that car, even though it's related to the landlord next door. And
it's
then
ridiculous. Like, it's so frustrating.
And then now we have this other DNA that's just being pushed by the wayside. I don't care if Ryan did it. I'm not going to marry him like Miss Peterson is. I think it's great that she wants his civil rights defended, and I want to believe he's innocent. But I want everyone involved to go down, because if it's more than just him, there's more to it. And if
there can't be justice until there's no more questions.
Right. If they had come out and said, we feel strongly that these other 4 or 5 DNAs were related to the party the previous night, something like that, it would have been a more digestible. But they're just saying, we didn't pursue the more dependable types of DNA. For what reason? No reason
What
whatsoever.
planet is that okay? It's not okay.
It's not cool, bro. You're being dicks. And
it's such an insult to our intelligence, and that's why it drives me insane when people still don't even admit that it's questionable. Like, not even one thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the Jeffs of the world. Like, you can't even admit that this one thing's a little shady. Forget everything. I'm not even asking for every single thing. Like, how would that, like, come on. It's not realistic. Like, I hope he's guilty. I hope that he is, because they can't prosecute anyone else after this. Like, there's no way.
And the thing is we see all this stuff, but we're just left out here standing here holding our dicks. I mean, what can we do?
Imagine how Brian feels.
He's not crazy. Doing well, and I hate to put it out there, but I keep saying it over and over. The best resolution to this case, as it slowly falls apart for the prosecution, is an Epi situation. If you know what I'm saying, Jeffy Epi. How that?
Yeah.
Apparently, the Trump administration is going to release the facts on the Epstein thing too. So we'll see exactly how they operate. If I wonder, because what we got with JFK is, I believe there was 2 shooters. God, shut the fuck up. Are you kidding me? Oh, big reveal. Thanks. It's you say one thing to get where you want to get, and then when you get there, you start spooning out the same BS that they were handing us for 50 years. So
yeah. Listen, let's be realistic also about just statistically. There's no way they could have fully investigated every person in each victim times four in their inner circle, as well as their inner circle's inner circle, because it could have been a friend of a friend. There's no way they did it in that short of a time period. I don't care. Period. There's no way. Plus, everyone was out of town for the holidays. There's no way. Impossible. Just statistically, it's not. There's no way. Look at all the people that came out and said that they didn't, law enforcement didn't call them back, and they had to go the extra step.
They had to do it, yeah.
Right?
As far as the driver goes, I believe.
David Barry Ochoa had commented on Twitter or something that he had reached out and they never got back to him after when he was being accused, the Davids. I mean...
And there's only one answer to that, Jen. Either they didn't want to, or they didn't have to.
Or they didn't want to because they didn't give a shit, or they didn't want to, they already knew the outcome. It was a waste of their time. Either way, it's wrong. Like...
I don't see how investigating people in the area thoroughly is a waste of anyone's time. It took them...
come on.
What did it took them 3 weeks to get to the one Bubbly was talking about. That I call it the Pulp Fiction crush shop over there that Payne had no idea existed after 2 years of living in that town.
What is that? I'm lost.
I call it the Pulp Fiction theory. There is missing footage. Oh gosh, what's the name of the garage? It's some kind of garage, which is like kind of a front for this auto crushing operation.
Like in Moscow, like for real?
It's on the edge of Moscow, yeah, right outside of town. And we're talking about a tiny town when you're a cop there for 2 years. You don't know about it? Are you kidding me?
It's probably like his third cousin or something that like everyone's like related in some way. I feel like in a small town.
I seriously question whether one of the four brothers worked at that chop shop. And so anyway, there's guess when the missing footage is from? I believe it's 5 a.m. to 5:30, which would be about the time you'd arrive back from the crime and have to go into the business and change clothes or whatever. I mean, the thing that's really compelling about the what's the name of Koberger's apartments? Not the coffee
Septo
pot.
Village. Septo Village.
Is that here they're trying so hard to find something. They've got a pizza cutter with a red stain in a microwave. The Fire Stick is innocent. What does the Fire Stick gonna tell you? Let's analyze the Fire Stick, see what kind of movies he was watching. And,
they were there for like 12 hours, and the list of things that they actually came out like submitted is embarrassing. Like, really? That's all you got? Like, it's just come on. It's such an insult to our intelligence. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. Yeah, I definitely feel that could be a part of it. She has put. I played one of her videos the other day, and she has been putting some really killer stuff out there. If you want to, I'll take a peep over there.
Okay. I just want to comment. Rochelle said something in chat about where Hunter's car is parked. Girl, I've been saying that. The way it's positioned is as if the rest of the driveway was full. Like, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of those people were already there. Like, from the night before. Like, this is the party house on a busy weekend. Like, you telling me they really didn't have a party? Like, come on. The way his car is parked, I agree. It looks intentional. Like, that's the last spot he could get. Ooh, the WSU computer crashed down? I didn't know about that. I thought it was just the UI computer went offline or something.
Yeah, I think that was released recently or something. But another thing, a point of contention with Heather Fitziana is that there was no camera on top of the tower, and I think Twiz agreed with me that there was, because if you look at the videos,
I think there is. It looks like it to me.
It certainly looks like it, but he says that it would be too far away. Here's the thing. In my opinion, it would see the cars coming and going, wouldn't it?
You can see in drone footage, it's got like a perfect vantage of the whole neighborhood. There's drone footage where it's like, basically right at the same level of the height of the tower.
So was
you
that
could
one of the...
see the whole neighborhood. You could see cars coming and going 100%.
Exactly. And is that one of the things they purposely left out because they know, well, it doesn't exonerate him, but it clears him because his car wasn't there. Maybe you can see it more clearly. I wonder, with all the technology the FBI has, with this NASA technology they use, with an HD image, is able to be enhanced enough to see what was going on at the house. I don't know if there's trees blocking the way or not. I don't believe there is. But I'm sure you could see probably from Banfield down to the edge of Taylor Ave, right?
I mean, I would assume at the very least you're going to see whether it's a sedan or an SUV and the color. I mean, you got to be able to see something. And I forgot what I was going to say. Shit. Oh, another thing. Okay, if there's a camera next door, 1112, right?
Right.
Then why, which, the G's allegedly saw them arrive home. Like, bullshit. I call bullshit. But anyway, if that's true, then how did they not know where Ethan and Xana were for that long? We still don't have the timeline for the victims even down pat. People forget that because they worded it a certain way to make it seem like they did. But really, when you look at it, they didn't. It's just, if there was a camera seeing Kaylee and Maddie get home and seeing them walk the dog, like, how could you even see that? There should have been one to see Ethan and Xana getting home, right? But no.
Yeah, we're going on with Ethan and Xana, the dad's testimony, right? With the sister and the call for the pizza. So it's pizza dad fight.
Yeah. Why would the dad lie about talking to her? But then again, I also thought it was weird. This is a total tangent now. I thought it was weird that you live in another state. Like, I get it was parents' weekend or whatever, but like, there's pictures of them from the year prior, Jasmine and Xana both with their dad at WSU's parents' weekend. Like, wouldn't you want to see your other daughter too? Like, what?
I
think it's a little odd that like he was on his way home Sunday without even trying to see his other daughter. Like, you live in, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a whole other piece of work right there.
That's a whole other. I got a bunch of opinions on that.
I think I saw something where she's like completely over it now too. What's the other daughter's name again? I'm sorry.
Jasmine. Oh, fun fact. I don't know if I showed you this already. There's a picture. I love the little gossip. I want to know all the tea with these victims and their inner circle because it's important.
It is.
There's a picture with Jasmine and Maddie's boyfriend, Jake, right? On a boat. I don't know when it was taken, but it was posted like New Year's Eve of 2023, right? He's got his arm like around her, kind of, like they look kind of cozy. And then I looked at like who she's following on Instagram because that's a big deal to that age group. You don't unfollow someone unless you don't like them. Jasmine follows literally everybody, like even Olivia, right? But everyone but Maddie. She don't follow Maddie, but she follows a Maddie memorial page. I found that a little interesting.
That is interesting. Getting back to the water tower,
I
wonder if it was a victim of the cyber shutdown or whatever Idaho had that morning.
Coincidentally, right?
Coincidentally, maybe it was offline. Twiz still contends that it was far away from the house. And you can see that in pictures of the house, it is a good way off. However, like you said, it does face the roads that lead to the house. So it is suspiciously left out of any evidence. And, oh gosh, what was I going to say?
There has to be camera. I'm sorry, like you tell me the president's house doesn't have some sort of cameras like coming and going.
Oh, come on. That house is as high-tech as you can get. It's like the Scientologist.
I remember someone showing a camera like on the corner of Nez Perce and, what is that, Blate? Or whatever the other street is that comes off of Taylor. I feel like someone, I might be wrong. I might be remembering wrong. But I feel like I watched a video and someone was showing a camera on a building. It was a UI building.
Darn it. JJ Vance was on the show last week, and he made a point. I forgot what it is. It was on the tip of my tongue a minute ago, and we got to talking about other stuff. Maybe it'll come back to me in a second.
While you're thinking about that, something that annoyed me as well is when they did the Vandal Healing Garden dedication, right?
Oh, gosh.
Like, you telling me, Steve and Christy, like, you're going to go to Moscow for that, but you didn't go when you heard your daughter was dead? Like, what? Like, that got you off your asses? Like, that just annoyed me, too. I just got to say that.
I just had it on the tip of my tongue. Okay, so one thing I wanted to go back to as far as Xana's dad goes is I think it's really underestimated what triggered him to want to drive to the house, even though he knows he shouldn't be driving and he was wasted and had to be stopped by somebody else. But what triggered a dad? Doesn't that seem important to you?
Yes.
That directly before the crime, at the stroke of midnight that night, he was like, "That's it. I'm coming over there. Nobody's gonna mess with you." And my God, you want to talk about kicking yourself in the morning?
I mean, there's pictures of him as well as other parents partying and tailgating on football game days at that house. I think the Chapins said they were at the house the weekend prior when it was parents' weekend, right? They were at 1122. So, like, it's the last home game of the season. I would not be surprised. I would be shocked if there wasn't some sort of get-together at that house, and I wouldn't be surprised if the parents were there, and I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't want to, like, people aren't going to like it, but you know what? It's shady. It's just weird. I don't know. I don't buy that you would be in town and not want to see your other daughter. Like, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But the whole, the 48 Hours, I think, documentary where they're interviewing Jasmine and the dad, and what's his name, Jeff? She said, she's like, you know, I got a phone call and saying something happened on King Road, and I called my dad and told him to turn around and get back to Moscow. Like, I thought she lived in Pullman. Like, that could have just been semantics, you know, like, whatever, but I don't know. That story just, like, something about their story isn't sitting right.
A lot of it doesn't add up as far as we knew the car drove by when they got home. We knew about...
You saw Taylor Maddie walking Murphy. How did you see... Like, everyone's full of shit.
I can't get over it. Yeah, and the problem is here we're finding out so much. I don't think I'm sick now. I'm wondering if I had toxic shock syndrome because I sprayed a bunch of CLR and I had the door closed. I opened the door and I automatically feel better. So hopefully my neighbor's off the hook. Otherwise, he might get...
Oh, God, I hope you're not sick.
Yeah, me too. I can't afford to miss work, that's for sure. Yeah, that's another good point, Sandra. That there did seem to be a sharp-edged obsession, for lack of a better word. Right? With you have them, and it was funny, even to Xana, here they have the machete. I honestly still think it was a machete. Now, of course,
I do too. I think it was a hatchet or an axe or something.
Let me ask you a question. Did you catch the whole Ziz controversy?
Kind of. Not really.
The Ziz, it had no Riz, the Ziz. I was laughing because Tommy Juice was like, this could be it, you guys. Or could it? He's like, yeah, I put it that way, and he presented it, he's like, they're trans, but they're vegan, and I don't know, I haven't really followed up on it. But, you know, there's so many crazy different angles that you could chase down, and I don't know, Heather's always calling it propaganda.
There's no way this can all be happenstance. Like, never in my life have I seen any situation where there's so many different possibilities. Like, it's like...
Yeah, it's banana sandwich.
Choose your own adventure. You know, like, everything makes sense up until one or two things. And you're like, oh, shit. You know, right? Okay, I figured it out. Wait, but what about this? Like, it almost fits, but not quite. Like, what? Like, there's no way that's not by design. There's no way. Either that or we're really in a simulation and this is all just fake.
Rolla was ahead of you on that little Harbor Oak. Rolla was about 15 minutes ahead of you on that one. Santa Claus is the SC in the thing. I tell you, they know what to redact and what to feed us, don't they? Just to get us spinning in 17 directions. It's been said before, you know, that's why the little tidbits of information are as misleading as you can get.
It's strategic. If you really go back and look, the timing of everything was, like, perfect. For example, right? We're going to arrest someone, you know, the same day as the vigil, that they had December 30th. The coming out with the Wide Elantra on December 7th. Oh, by the way, also, we're going to clean up the house. It's like, don't look at us doing shady shit, because look what we found. Like, it was distractions. The Ashland couch coming out, that was like right when the not stalking comment came out in court, if I remember correctly. You know what I'm saying? It was all like
Right.
to deflect and distract from the bullshit that they were doing.
Well, also conveniently right after the cast viz getting shot down, they release the Garbage Pail Kids video, and it's one thing is just to distract from another. It feels like very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for caring nothing. It was kind of building up my sinus and in my chest a little bit, so I don't think it's my chemo acting up or my sugar. I think it's a little bit in there, so hopefully it was maybe just that, and I got carried away. But I definitely have a little something. I appreciate you caring. Sluts.
So M. Hawkins was saying in chat about, you know how you and I have talked about these AI generated pics. Like
With
I've
the
sent you a
fingers,
lot where I was like,
sure.
look at this. There's some fake shit. These pictures, there's a lot of them that are fake. Period. The group photo of all the 6. I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks that. A lot of them are old photos repurposed and represented as new, which no one will ever know because all the social media was deleted prior to that. It's crazy. The fact that, like, you know, Kaylee, for example, I'm not trying to be rude, but she looked totally different in the Grub Truck video compared to the day before when she's in that picture with Dylan. Like, I'm sorry. Like, 10, 15 pounds lighter. Like, I'm not being mean. It is what it is. And nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah, I can actually connect with that because I'm the same way. I can go up 20, 40 pounds and down 20, 40 pounds in a week or two.
Oh, in a day? In 12 hours?
In a day, not typically.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, even her
there is a
hair, if you
noticeable
look at, like,
difference.
the root growth on her and Maddie, it's different. She's got a whole full set of nails. Like, you know, like girls go get their nails done. Friday night, she's got a full set of nails. The next day, she doesn't. I'm sorry, but any woman who sat there in that annoying-ass chair, I hate it, but I do it anyway, no one's going to take them off the next day. I'm sorry. You're just not. And she doesn't look like a press-on kind of girl. I'm sorry. Like, come on.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna shut it down here, Jen. Thank you for taking time off to be with us tonight and with your awesome insight once again, Heather. I gave you the night off for. I didn't make her feed me. We had a lot to look at. I mean, I haven't even touched on a tenth of it. None of us. We haven't even gotten to it, Jen. You know, it's there's so much right now, and for him to have put this off should say everything you need to know about what's coming with it. I did promise to play Bubbly's thing here, though. Good luck finding anything on Bubbly's page. She has a million videos. I could go back and I wanted to find that one thing, but I want to take a quick look at this one. If you guys don't mind hanging out for a little bit longer, I want to see what she's got going on from 2 days ago. So let's play that. Hang out with me, Jen, for another minute, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Finally, a meal service that works for men. Cook Unity sends you delicious, restaurant-quality meals straight to your door every week. Choose from...
Hey, how's everybody doing? Hey, how's everybody doing? Huh? Come on, spill it. What's up? What you been up to? Me? Oh, nothing. Just waiting and waiting and waiting on shit to load up because it takes gosh darn forever. Under 15-minute video took 3 hours. That last video, 3 hours to load. But I'm going to bring you this little... Okay, these are 2 women that I love. These women are awesome. And their podcast is Ghosts and Garnets. But you can get them on YouTube, but you don't see them, you just hear them talking. So, this little piece is... I fast forward it to the end of it because it involves basically the death penalty type talk, conversation. But this is something you guys got to hear because this is why, in my opinion, that Idaho has now got the death penalty as their number one and only way of putting someone to death. And they're the only ones, the only state. Them, Idaho alone, I told you, they're their own damn country. Yeah, they think, for sure. Okay, so I'm going to play you this, and welcome to Ghosts and Garnets. Go watch their stuff. Okay, let me give you a background. These two women grew up in Idaho. They're best friends, have been all their lives, and so they're bringing you ghost stories, creepy stories, things like that of Idaho, about Idaho. And when they first started this, or thought they were going to start it, right, they said, we're talking to each other, like, well, I don't know if we can find enough stories for, to worthy a podcast or something like this. And then they start digging into it. They're like, oh my God, Idaho has so many creepy stories. But they've got a really good one on the Kirkers, on the church. They've got a lot of good stories. A lot of really wild stories. In fact, this one right here is pretty wild. Mayhem and methamphetamines. This guy is just a creepy dude. Anyway, I'll link it in the description and in the first comment. That way you can go watch it. Give them a like and a subscribe, and they haven't done some for quite some time, so maybe they'll come back. We'll see. I watched all of their stuff, so it's pretty good. And this one right here, the Ruby Ridge, really good one on Ruby Ridge. It's a version I've never heard before, so it's really interesting. Okay, so let's get to business here. Okay, here we go.
Most chaotic mayhem. Chaotic is the right word, I think. Dick bag. He's a dick bag. Bag o' dicks. So, guys, this Idaho this week, I think I read the article that I'm about to read to you at least 5 times before I sent it to Camden, and I said, this can't be real. But it is. And the fact that it wasn't made a bigger deal, it shows some real shady shit. But I'm going to read you guys this article. So, on January 21st, 2022, a joint investigative report by the Idaho Statesman and the Idaho Capital Sun was released. Idaho prison officials engaged in cloak and dagger practices, including twice sending state employees across state lines to make cash purchases of controlled substances intended for executions, actively concealing the intended use of the drugs, manipulating state records to cover up their activities, and acting in bad faith to stonewall public records requests for execution-related information. Records obtained after nearly a decade of obstruction by Idaho Department of Corrections show how IDOC actively worked to keep its execution activities off the...
Hold on, Jen, right there. That's a really excellent way of putting it. This is exactly what they've done in this particular case, is they've stonewalled the shit out of us at every single turn. Wouldn't you agree?
100%.
As far as the body cam footage goes, it looks like, from what Rollo presented a million times, that the background's been scrubbed and something's being hidden. So, okay.
Another thing I noticed about that footage is, like, I don't see any snow on the ground. At first, I thought there was snow by where the car's parked, by the bushes on Taylor, but it's not. It's like the concrete is like a different color. But, like, there's snow on the Linda Lane. There's snow in the backyard of 1122, but, like, I don't see any snow in Banfield. Like, not even like a little patch. Like, I don't think that even I don't even think that footage is from that time. Because I'm sorry, I don't care how used to the cold you are. Those kids aren't even, like, looking cold. They don't even have, like, their arms crossed. Like, when you're cold, you kind of rub your arms. Like, you can't. That's not from that time. I don't think. Like, I don't know. I think that the fact that they released it to begin with tells me that it's shady.
Well, I don't think the snowstorm hit until the morning.
Strategically.
Jen.
What?
I don't think the snowstorm hit until the morning.
Well, there was snow in the day of in the backyard, and the night before there was pictures in the backyard from Friday night where the whole backyard was covered. But the drone footage and the news footage from Sunday, you can see, like, leftover snow in the backyard of 1122, and then there's Inland Lane. It looks like there's some. I don't know.
That's interesting. Okay, I rewound this for Rolo here real quick. This is very interesting so far, don't you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's keep that.
Records to cover up their activities and acting in bad faith to stonewall public records request for execution-related information. Records obtained after nearly a decade of obstruction by Idaho Department of Corrections show how IDOC actively worked to keep its execution activities off the books. Top-level prison officials spent from confidential cash accounts, directed staff in an internal memo not to make any execution purchases through typical channels, and wound up sourcing the lethal injection drugs from pharmacies with dubious regulatory histories. An internal IDOC memo, he reported, includes pointers to prison staff on how to avoid the financial detection that could help identify a source of the execution drugs. The documents, the bulk of which were disclosed under court order as a result of a public records lawsuit brought by University of Idaho law professor Eliza Cover, show that IDOC used a pharmacist from a psychiatric treatment center, part of the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare Network, as the ghost purchaser of drugs to execute Paul Rhodes in 2011. A former IDOC deputy chief of prisons testified in a deposition that IDOC had paid, quote, upward of $10,000 in cash for the out-of-state drug purchase. After what an IDOC memo characterized as, quote, troubles with the Rhodes execution, prison officials found a new drug supplier for the 2012 execution of Richard Leavitt, the last person put to death in Idaho. Court documents and internal IDOC records show that IDOC chartered a private plane at a cost of $2,448 to fly current IDOC Director Josh Tuwalt and then IDOC Chief of Prisons Kevin Kemp round trip to Tacoma, Washington to purchase compounded phenobarbital from pharmacist Kim Burks, the owner of the Union Avenue Compounding Pharmacy. Tuwalt and Kemp brought a suitcase with $15,000 in cash with them and exchanged the money for the drugs in the Walmart parking lot of the shopping center in which the pharmacy was located.
What?
The fact that Idaho officials are handing over briefcases full of cash
like
to
it's a cartel of
unregulated
transactions
pharmacists in Walmart parking lots.
Walmart.
That money, that's taxpayer money. That
It's
money
probably the drug
they
money
are
they stole.
sliding across a seat in a parking lot to a pharmacist who has had her license suspended for being fucking shady.
Okay, so that is all just
without a
bananas.
doubt.
Bananas.
Obviously, I don't know enough about the IDOC's policies on lethal injection and execution, but
why they've had to go these routes is because major pharmaceutical companies now refuse to make the lethal injection drugs. So they can't get them how they used to get them. Just the idea that these fucking officials try to keep it from the public, and that is some shady shit.
It's just
I want to know what officials.
wild.
I mean, that's like the kind of thing you see in a bad movie.
I was just thinking a
I
C
played that
movie,
one
not
wrong.
even a B movie.
No, I just,
All right. Well, that is the story of Paul Ezra Rhodes. We hope you enjoyed hanging out with us.
That is like horrifying. So do you think it was because there was so much controversy surrounding the phenobarbital, or was it the fact that they were trying to keep it secret? What do you think?
I mean, once people start digging for one thing, they might find other things. So we don't want no kind of attention on, that's what I feel like happened.
Cash leaves no trace, man.
Why do you think that company bought Verigen and JetMatch for $150 million? Cash money.
Cash money.
Cash money.
They're taking a page right out of the cartel's book or out of a drug dealer's book.
I mean, let's be real.
Holy crap. All right, I got to shut it down now. I got to get some rest, try to beat this cold. I want to thank everybody for being here. I love each and every one of you. Thank you. If you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button and hit that like if you like. I appreciate everybody being here. And Jen and Heather, thank you for all you do. I can't thank you enough. And I know you took time out of your day to be with us today, Jen, so I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I love you guys.
And say goodnight, Jen.
Good night, Jen.
All right, I'm going to let the chat run for a bit, and y'all have a great evening. Thank you for being here.
Side note, whenever you get a chance, look at that article I just posted. You don't have to, we could look at it later, but what if, I feel like that's something that maybe could have happened with Kaylee. I posted it in the chat. I don't know if you want to scroll up.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. Hold on.
Okay.
But you already said goodnight, Jen.
I know. Good night, Jen.
Wait,
I'm not trying to keep you. Need to get your beauty rest.
I really do, because I am not as pretty as Too Fast for Fleas.
Trying to fall asleep.
I'm not as pretty as Too Fast for Fleas anymore, so I need to go.
Aw, I think you're pretty.
Aw, I am the pretty face of this. Is this
you're pretty princess.
Oh, I can't. Okay, I can see it partially. This is the honey trap.
Yeah.
Do you want to read this for us?
Sure.
Okay. Ta-da!
Oh, crap.
I got my wave finally.
I love The Intercept. They have a lot of really good articles in here. Okay, so it says the FBI used an undercover cop with pink hair to spy on activists and manufacture crimes. The young woman with long pink hair claimed to be from Washington State. One day during the summer of 2020, she walked into the Chinook Center, a community space for left-wing activists in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and offered to volunteer. She dressed in a way that was sort of noticeable, said Samantha Christensen, co-founder of Chinook Center. But no one among the activists found that unusual or alarming. Everyone had their own style. They accepted her into the community. The pink-haired woman said her name was Chelsea. She also dropped regular hints about her chosen profession. She implied over the course of getting to know her that she was a sex worker, said John Christensen. I think somebody else told me that, and I was just like, oh, okay, that makes sense, said Autumn, an activist in Colorado Springs. I never questioned it. This girl looks like Haley, by the way, in my opinion. Anyway, but Chelsea's identity was as fake as her long pink hair. The young woman, whose real name was April Rogers, is a detective at the Colorado Springs Police Department. The FBI enlisted her to infiltrate and spy on racial justice groups during the summer of 2020. The work of Rogers, or Chelsea, is a direct offshoot of the FBI's summer of 2020 investigation in Denver, where Mickey Windecker, a paid FBI informant, drove a silver hearse, rose to a leadership role in the racial justice movement, and encouraged activists to become violent. Windecker provided information to the FBI about an activist who attended demonstrations in both Denver and Colorado Springs, prompting federal agents to launch a new investigation into the smaller Colorado city. I tell the story of Windecker, blah, blah, blah. As the FBI's Colorado Springs investigation reveals, Denver wasn't the only city where federal agents infiltrated racial justice groups that summer. Working through the Joint Terrorism Task Force, a partnership with local police, the FBI assembled files on local activists using information secretly gathered by Rogers. Now pause for a second. Kaylee was the Justice Police, right? She was all about, like, you know, conspiracy theories, and, you know, Jack's aunt made a comment recently, like, how she wasn't, you know, she was woke, and she, you know, was, like, kind of understood what was going on in the real world, you know, trafficking and blah, 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 blah. You know, being that the aunt is still connected with Patriot Front and, you know, is organizing these protests in Coeur d'Alene about all these, you know, controversies, you know, topics and all that. I just have a feeling, like, when you tie that in with the FBI FOIA request on Kaylee, like, what if Kaylee either was an infiltrator or there's a file on her because of her connection to Jack's aunt? You know what I'm saying? Because you got to remember, Jack's aunt came out and spoke she was the one that started the GoFundMes. You know, she was like a little too involved. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Do you see my point here?
Pinchy Kane.
What?
Nothing. Go on. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. This is a long article. I really don't want to read it all, but basically the point is, you know, the FBI is, like, paying people, whether they're just regular people like the guy driving the silver hearse, or an undercover cop. It's like, commit these crimes. Like, we're going to let you commit these crimes and look the other way, as long as we can
report
prosecute
back to
someone
us.
else in another crime. They're like almost entrapping people in a way, in my opinion. I don't know.
Right, and it's like Transformers with this whole thing with the FOIA request, because there's obviously more than meets the eye.
Bingo. If you scroll down a little bit, right, I'm just going to read this part. It says, the FBI declined to be interviewed about the Colorado Springs investigation and refused to respond in writing to a list of questions. The Colorado Springs Police Department also declined to comment, referring all questions to the FBI. For her part, April Rogers won't say anything. When called as a witness in the state court hearing, she testified that the Justice Department instructed her not to answer questions about the FBI investigation. She said, I've been told to respond, quote, I respectfully decline to answer, end quote, Rogers said under oath. The Colorado Springs Police Department declined to make her available for an interview. It's like they just had people running in, oh, you have to go talk to them. Oh, no, you have to talk to them. Like, it's bullshit.
Which is the way that they work, typically. But it's interesting that the FOIA request isn't mentioned in anything. It's like they have to maintain that pretty and perfect image regardless of whatever the facts are. Because once that falls apart, there's another thing. Okay, here's what I'm glad we stayed on a little longer. Because I know you were on after JJ Vance was on from the Operation GCD podcast.
Yeah, I liked him. He was good. I wanted to talk with him, but you didn't. You kicked him off before you brought me on. I was mad at you for that.
Yeah, I know. I'll never let it down. But what his point, what he noticed with his great insight, and he has great insight into everything. He's really amazing. But his insight was these girls were college juniors and seniors. Yet there's all these pictures of them on vacations, on wealthy boats, with all these different people during the semester. How were they able to do that? What type of activity, it's just a question, led them to those opportunities?
Exactly. I mean, listen, I grew up in Miami, and I knew my 21st birthday, me and like 8 of my friends, this 2 guys that we knew, took us on a private jet to New York City for my birthday, right? None of us even it wasn't like no one was even doing anything with these guys. They just wanted a bunch of pretty girls around them. So I can imagine, like, I know the type of shit that, I mean, come on, like, you're a pretty girl, you can get the world handed to you. But it doesn't want to be like, it's like the story we're being told is, hardworking, do it themselves. But then in the next breath is, Kaylee always wanted $300 pair of shoes, but we had 5 other kids, but she would find a way to do it. She would just keep asking us and annoying us until we said okay. Like, it's just, I don't care. Like, I don't judge anybody, but the truth matters. The truth matters. Victimology, we need to know the real relationships. We need to know the real it's so important, and it's like, it's just being completely fabricated, in my opinion.
Well, he's not, okay, so nobody's perfect, right? And so, in his own words, she was the kind of girl, if you were waking up in the morning, she would make you the coffee, and to all outside appearances, this is who she was. And obviously, within the family dynamic, things are not going to be as clear-cut and perfect, right? There's nobody that's gone through life without a single mistake.
They literally have called her ornery, like, at least 3 different times, which is like a nice way of calling someone the B word. I'm sorry.
It is.
That wrapped up with the fact that Kaylee and Olivia don't follow each other on social media, but Kaylee follows Olivia's husband. Kaylee and Jack don't even follow each other. Now, take it one step further. I looked into it recently. I don't remember if it was either Aubrey or Autumn. One of the other two sisters, Kaylee doesn't follow either. It's the same thing. I want to say maybe it's Aubrey. Like, Aubrey follows Kaylee, but Kaylee doesn't follow her back. Like, that tells us something. Like, it's either, if we're older, people are older would be like, so who cares? I don't follow my sister. But no, it's different. When you're like that generation, it's a big deal. And that just goes to show you that there's more under the surface, but it's being like presented to us in a pretty package. And I just, it could be irrelevant, gossip, whatever. But when we're being told, we're being told all these stories from, the G's primarily are the only ones that are going out there speaking. Like, decisions are being made off of what they're saying. They admittedly put pressure on law enforcement via the media to change the timeline, for example. Like, what they say matters. And we're being told bullshit. We're not being told the real story.
Well, age aside, there are people of any age that are obsessed with social media, obsessed with the internet, obsessed with YouTube. Excuse me. But it clearly is obviously a big part of Olivia's life. And she was right on top of all these things that some of them do seem questionable whether or not she should have known them at the time she knew them. Right. And that's all we can say for certain.
Things. Come on.
So.
Oh, that's another thing. Okay, like the fact that Olivia and Kaylee don't follow each other. Okay, fine. But like Olivia and Jasmine follow each other. So like you're following your sister's roommate's sister, but not your sister? No. Something happened. There's more to the story. So how can we believe everything else we're being told if that, everything, if you really didn't have a relationship with Kaylee, which I don't believe, I think they were estranged or something, I don't know. How do you know all these things then? I don't think Kaylee talked to her every day. Bullshit. I don't believe it. In what world would you follow your sister's husband but not your sister? And like the fact that she didn't even follow her posthumously on a public profile, which doesn't have to be accepted or denied, tells me that she's probably blocked and she can't follow her. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because she either doesn't want to, that's concerning, or she can't because she's blocked, and that's concerning as well. So, go figure.
Yeah, and Bubbly Water suggests that perhaps she was running away from them, and that would lend credence to the clues that we have of her pursuing lifestyles with rubbing elbows.
And why they didn't really know anything about her and Jack's relationship, because I'm sorry, no young girl or any woman really, if you're happy in a relationship, you're not going to just move away from your man, that your future husband. No way. She wasn't like a rocket scientist that like jobs were scarce and there's only certain places in the country she could find employment. Like, you can get an IT job somewhere else. Like, I don't buy it for a second. If you're happy and you're in love, you're not going to leave your man. Bullshit. Like, they didn't know the real relationship with Kaylee and Jack, because why would she, like, they're not following each other either. Same question. Why did he follow her posthumously? Because he's blocked. Why is he blocked?
I think
him and Olivia follow each other. That's a whole tangent.
I think that in that memorial service, the eye lock between Jack D and Steve G says volumes. And in Ann Taylor's own words, by leaving details out, you are misleading and literally lying to in that case the magistrate.
Exactly.
Where now you've run a deceptive campaign just to make it look like this person was involved.
it's like from far away, it may look a certain way, but really when you look closely, it looks a totally different way. Like, for instance, what was the relevance of mentioning the shoe print? Like, for what reason? You didn't match it to anything that he owns. Like, what is the relevance? They put it in there to infer a story. You know what I'm saying? To make it look like people are just going to assume, because it's a law. An officer wrote this. They wouldn't lie to us. No way.
Well,
Kane could tell me the sky is, pink polka dots, and I'm going to believe it. That's how people act.
when you get back to the knife sheath, it's less believable because everything else surrounding it is inferred.
Exactly.
And so when you get to the one solid piece of DNA thrice on Sundays, then you're like, I don't believe, this doesn't make any sense. And that's what worries me about Ann Taylor, is she's not screaming at the top of her lungs, the crime scene was contaminated. I think that if you had a Kardashian or any other one of the OJ teams out there, they would have thrown that out there day one. That crime scene was contaminated. You cannot admit this knife sheath into evidence. Point blank, period. And she has not brought that up once. And she's going, it's like she's backdooring her way out of it. And it's got holes like Swiss cheese in it for this idiot to be able to tear it apart. And like I said, if you remember in the beginning, where a lot of people said that perhaps Ann Taylor is working covertly as a part of the trilogy, as I call it. You know,
I don't trust anyone. I don't trust anybody.
You can't, and it's all he has to offer him. I agree, Twiz. But we're 2 years deep now, and all she does is complain about what she doesn't have, that she doesn't have. Let's work with what we've got, and let's put that in their faces and let them know that we know, and present it for what it is, and it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh.
even if he's guilty, if he did this crime, you know what? Guess what? Now, because you waited 8 hours to call, and because you called friends first, now he's gonna go free. Like, why? Like, I don't get it. And if someone, for example, if someone's testifying in court, right? They don't they ask you if like you're under the influence of anything, right? They ask you because they want to make sure you're not like high, right? And because otherwise you wouldn't be
It's a cop's favorite.
Admitted.
It's next to donuts. That's a cop's favorite thing. Have you been drinking? And so,
right. So why is it okay for DM, who's admitting to being under the influence and memory problems? Like, why is that being like? Oh, she's so credible. Nothing. I'm not saying like. Listen, for those who want to get butthurt, like. Okay, fine. I don't care. Like, whatever she wants to do, party up. You're young. But my point is, why is it like? It's like it's okay now, but it's not okay over there. You know what I'm saying? Just like if the cops are interviewing you, the minute you slip up and change your story, or the minute you lie, even if it's like a little stupid lie, you just misspoke. All of a sudden, you're being looked at a lot closer. Right.
Well.
But everyone else does it in this case, and it's no big deal.
It goes further than just Dylan's testimony, alleged testimony, that also should be thrown to the trash with the rest of the DNA, is when you have any type of impairment, they can use that against you in so many ways. Like if you're just walking down the street drunk, now you could be a drunk in public, causing a disturbance, just for having a few drinks, which, granted, police officers do just the same thing.
Right.
And then you also have Drinking and driving, let's throw that into the mix. If you've had a single drink, they're going to rivet you down to the cement and find out exactly how much, if there's any weed in the car, how you're impaired, when you were impaired. All this shit doesn't matter when a bitch be tripping and smoking weed and drunk as fuck, giving you your only witness testimony. Kids go to bed. Right?
Like, come on. It's just like, and I don't know if you caught it, but it said something like, her statement, she said something like, I don't know if it was a mask that covered his nose and his mouth, or it was below that. Like, what? It was a mask that covered his neck? Like, I don't get it. Like, what did that even mean?
I don't know if he had cotton balls in his eyes and he was hopping around like a bunny. I mean, it's like, come on, dude. How are we going to trust this for anything? And what difference does it make? In my opinion, he's got about the same eyebrows I do. Okay?
I agree. I don't think his eyebrows are anything like, I would never be like, oh my god, he got such bushy eyebrows. Like,
yeah, it's not something...
I would say he's kind of got a big nose. I would say that before I said anything about his eyebrows.
Oh yeah, big nose would definitely...
Blue eyes. You didn't see he had blue eyes, but you saw his eyebrows? Like,
absolutely, yeah, and you're within, they say 3 feet, but I'm going to say like 6 to 8 inches to go by that door, with her looking out that door, coming at her. So it's not like she had the advantage of looking out as he went by the other way. He was coming towards her. Right? So
yeah,
why...
And also, did you catch in the PCA, that's another thing that annoys me, the way they worded it, right? It was something to the effect of like, DM say that she did not recognize the man, which led us to believe that he left the residence, or something like that, right? What about her not recognizing him made you think that he left? Like, what does one have to do with the other? Do you know what I'm saying?
And, you know, Jen, that's a good point Bubbly brought up. It's not just happened to Bubbly as far as being struck, which is why I was being careful with Heather's video. When you get hot on something, all of a sudden now you get a copyright strike, which they know is going to affect you greatly and shut you down. That's an effort to shut you down, when Bubbly Waters couldn't be more dedicated to solving this case properly. How are you against that? I mean,
right.
I can understand if you come at a channel like mine, where Heather and Jen and I are trying to find inconsistencies all the way around. Bubbly she won't even touch the Phantom. And she played like a little news clip, and she gets a strike.
You know that
it doesn't make any sense.
There's the guy who runs YouTube or whatever is like on their board of directors or some shit. Like, it's all connected.
Yeah, the board of directors, and they keep coming up in the news over and over for everything. And if you don't think that Hadron Collider thing is somehow related in the end to this, I don't know. I think you might have something coming. Because if at the very least, they have to maintain an image, and obviously we found out from the Casanova in my head, the Rich Family award that they just got for having the best scientists. You also, it's like being in school and having to maintain an A average as well as being really wealthy. They have to maintain a certain income grant level for them to be considered for these programs. Anything that interferes with that needs to be... And the scariest thing of this case is we can't get anybody, even Timmy Reed, to talk about anything in that town. And that is horrifying. That tells you they got an iron grip on these people.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. Anyway, so all right, let's leave it there. Say goodnight, Jen.
Good night, Jen.
Thank you, everybody, again for being here. I am going to get some rest, and I'm so happy to be with you. I'll let the chat run, and make sure you hit that subscribe button. And thank you for being with us tonight. I'll talk to you later.